Good morning. Happy morning. Am I audible? Am I visible? Are my slides visible? Anyone of you please respond? Anyone of you please respond?
Yes,
Dear
sir, you're audible and
participants.
visible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So kind of you. My slides are visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Are my slides changing?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. So kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy morning to one and all. I am Professor Dr. V. Gopal. I am the principal of the College of Pharmacy, Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences, a government of Puducherry institution accredited by NAC with A grade. I thank the director, DDE Pondicherry University, for having given me this wonderful opportunity of handling a class to the students of hospital management MBA. In paper 17, hospital facilities management, that is in your fourth semester, in paper 17 in hospital facilities management, for the paper code MBHM 4002. In unit 5, there is one chapter called disaster management. So today, for the next 1 hour, we are going to deal about this chapter, disaster management. So the probabilities are, you may have a essay type question or you may have a short note question on this topic. This topic is very important, not only in the examination point of view, but also for your personal and professional life. So I happen to be the Vice President of Indian Red Cross Society, Puducherry branch. Before this, for 11 years, I was the chairman of Indian Red Cross Society, Puducherry branch. And for 2 full terms, I was a member of the Disaster Management Committee of the National Headquarters in New Delhi. So every time we have a meeting of the Disaster Management Committee in New Delhi, so we used to have participants from all over the globe. So on one such occasion, the meeting was scheduled somewhere in December last. So it was very cold outside, and we had a tea break in between a brainstorming session. So I had come out, and we were just trying to enjoy the sun. At the time, the Republic Day parade rehearsal was going on. Next to me, there was a Japanese couple, a father, mother, and one very small kid. They had also come for this disaster management committee meeting from Japan as a resource person, and they were enjoying their tea in the sunlight.
Excuse me, no AV.
ఎలా వచ్చాయి ఆటోమేటిక్ గా అది బయట వచ్చేస్తుంది. I'm sorry. I think some technical problem or what, I don't know. The అయితే చూడు తిప్పి బయట వచ్చేస్తా. ఇంతలో వెయ్యి నీ ఫోన్ లో వేసి తిప్పి బయట వచ్చేసా. I'm sorry. I think there was a technical problem, and the entire phone switched off. So I'm coming in another one instrument. So am I visible? Am I audible? Some of you please respond. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am
Yes,
I...
yes, sir. Both AV available.
Hello?
Sir, both AV available.
Am I audible? Or my slides visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Sir,
Yes,
you're
sir.
audible, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. So kind of you. Okay. So I was just narrating an incident that took place in my life when I was in Delhi in the Indian Red Cross Society national headquarters for a meeting on disaster management. And so in the tea break, we were sharing the tea with the resource person, a Japanese couple, and they had a small child. And it was rehearsal for the Republic Day, and we had that Bofors guns on the road. And when the Bofors guns were passing our Indian Red Cross Society building, so there were small tremors in the building, and because the Bofors guns are so big and massive, so it was causing some tremors. So on seeing these tremors, the Japanese couple and their small child, that small child went under the table, and it was holding the legs of the table, and it was saying, "Pa DTH, Pa DCH, Pa DCH." So I didn't understand what it was. Then I asked that Japanese couple, "What is your child trying to say?" So they explained that even before they start teaching alphabets to their children, they in Japan teach their children disaster preparedness. So the first exercise in disaster preparedness in Japan is what to do in case if there is an earthquake. So in case there is an earthquake, the first thing you will have to do is drop. Drop means you will have to sit down. Cover. You will have to sit and cover yourself with something very strong. Like you will have to sit under a table, or you will have to sit under something, under a shelf, so that you are covered. And whatever you are covered with, that you should hold it very tightly. So drop, cover, and hold. That is D, C, and H is the first command in earthquake. So that small child, the Japanese child, on feeling the tremors of our Bofors guns, so she thought there is an earthquake, and she has immediately implemented the command drop, cover, and hold. So she was sitting under the table, and she was holding the table tightly. So whenever there is an earthquake, the thing that could happen is the ceiling would fall on us. So we need to protect ourselves, and for that we should not stand, we should sit. And we should be sitting in a covered position. That is, we should sit under a table, we should sit under a shelf. And in an earthquake, there could be movements. So if we are sitting under a table, and if there is a movement and the table moves away, then again we are exposed to vulnerability. So under what we are sitting, that one we should hold it very tightly. So this child sat under the table, and it was holding the legs of the table tightly, and it was teaching us that what they should do in case of a disaster, especially earthquake. So in Japan, they are so well prepared for a disaster, but when it comes to India, we are lagging far behind in disaster management. So we will go to the first slide. Let us first know the acronym. What is disaster? So this is not an official one. This is useful for remembering disaster management. Disaster means first you should detect what has happened. Next, if you have the knowledge on disaster management, you should take up the command, incident command. You should take up the leadership. Number three, safety and security are very, very important, and they should be given prime importance. Number four, access. So you should assess what has happened. And number 5 is support. What all the supports that is needed, you should provide. And you should triage, classify and identify and start treatment. And the next one is evaluate. You should evaluate the situation constantly, and you should act towards recovery. So D for detection, I for incident command, S for safety and security, and A for assess, S for support, T for triage and treatment, E for evaluation, and R for recovery. So this is an acronym for disaster, which explains what you should do in case of a disaster in a clear format. It will be useful for remembering. And in your examination, these are the keywords. So in your examination, you should have these keywords of detection, incident command, safety and security, access, support, triage, treatment, evaluation, and recovery. So if you write these keywords, then you will be getting full mark. So now we will see what is the definition for disaster management. So as per the World Health Organization, disaster can be defined as any occurrence that causes damage, ecological disruption, loss of human life, or deterioration of health and health services on a scale sufficient to warrant an extraordinary response from outside the community area. A hazard can be defined as any phenomenon that has the potential to cause disruption or damage to people and their environment. So these are the two definitions. Definitions usually have to be written as such. We will not be in a position to make any changes to definitions. So in your examinations, please try to reproduce these definitions as they are. So now we will go to types of disaster. So classification of disasters. So disasters are normally classified into two types. One is man-made disaster. That is the worst of among all disasters. We make our own disaster. And another one is natural disaster. Natural disaster, we can't do anything about it, but man-made disaster we can always prevent. So prevention of man-made disaster is very important, but it needs a very long-term planning and action. Man-made disasters can be classified into three types. Number 1 is technological man-made disaster. Number 2 is industrial accidents. And number 3 is security related. They call it as a biological warfare. So those things comes under the security related man-made disaster. So the classification of disaster is again very important. Please take note of it. Now, if we classify man-made disasters, the first one is accidents. In India, for every 1.5 seconds, there is an accident. The youth, they are unable to feel the seriousness of an accident. The major cause of accident is overspeeding. Abiding to traffic rules is the best way for accident prevention. I remember when I was in Gujarat, we had a very proactive judge, and the judge had passed a beautiful order that if any youth or any person is caught over speeding, he will have to spend one full day in the emergency ward of the government general hospital. So in the government general hospital, in the emergency ward, in the casualty, Every 5 to 10 minutes, you can see an accident victim. The accident victim, when they are brought into the hospital, their appearance itself is so fearful. Blood oozing, broken arms, broken teeth, pain, agony, shouting. So, on seeing this, the youth who are habituated to overspeeding, they leave this bad habit of overspeeding and they abide by the traffic rules. So, that which was implemented in Gujarat, somehow for various reasons, is now not being followed elsewhere. So, accidents is a major man-made disaster, especially in the early morning hours between 4 to 5 on the national highways. You can see number of accidents. So, accidents prevention is very, very important. The next is fire accidents. Even day before yesterday, in Pondicherry, they have introduced an electric bus. So this electric bus was hit from behind by an omnibus, and the electric bus caught fire. So when a battery is burning, the impact on the environment is very, very high. So fire accidents are very high, especially with the advent of battery vehicles, and especially in summer, the fire accidents are more. Terror attacks. So hatred of man for man. So this has led to terror attacks, nuclear disaster, chemical disaster, biological disaster. So these and all are man-made disasters. So roughly you can classify man-made disaster into 6 types: accidents, fire accidents, terror attacks, nuclear disaster, chemical disaster, and biological disaster. So the common natural disasters, the first and foremost is earthquake. Again, this earthquake, though it is a natural disaster, it is a man-made disaster. So human beings have been sucking the underground water. So the cushioning effect of the underground water is lost. And that is one of the reasons for these earthquakes. So this earthquake, I said, the Japanese people, they have a beautiful disaster preparedness for earthquake. So we were of the opinion that a city on the coast of a sea will be safe and they are not prone for earthquake. But in Pondicherry, so far we had 3 earthquakes, though Pondicherry is on a sea coast. So the countries, the cities that are prone for earthquakes, they keep changing, and more number of countries are now prone for earthquake. So we need to be very careful and keep ourselves updated about the seismic zone in which we are living. The next one is volcano. The third one is tsunami. So the tsunami disaster that we faced is still fresh in our mind, though it has happened long back. Landslides, especially during a heavy rain, the landslides, hurricanes, tornadoes, blizzards, dust storm, flood. All the water bodies have been occupied by the man, either in the form of a dwelling place or as an industry. And when these water bodies are occupied, so then they give rise to floods. Chennai floods is very popular. And because of our mismanagement, in the rainy season we have floods, and in the summer season we have drought. All the forest area are being explored by man as a place for enjoying in the vacation. And when they go to the forest, they start cooking. And this has been a cause for wildfires. Sinkholes, these and all are natural disasters, but many times they could be initiated by human activity. So these 12 natural disasters: earthquake, volcano, tsunami, landslide, hurricane, tornado, blizzards, dust storm, flood, drought, wildfire, and sinkholes. So they form the keywords in your classification on natural disasters. A very important tabular column which you need to write in the examination is the effect of the natural disaster. So the effect of natural disaster can be of three types: short term, middle, and long term. So we will first see the short term effects of major natural disasters. The first major natural disaster short term effect is death. When there is an earthquake, many people die. And if the person who dies is the breadwinner of a family, the entire family is at trouble. In high winds, the death could be less, but in tidal waves, the death could be more. In floods, because of disaster preparedness, the death could be reduced. So this is the first effect, death. Next to that, severe injuries requiring extensive care. In an earthquake, as now we have a number of buildings which doesn't fulfill the norms. So when these buildings collapse in an earthquake, so they could lead to lot of injuries. And especially when we are having multi-story buildings, in an earthquake, the injuries are more. The number of people who are injured are more. In high winds, these injuries are less. In tidal waves and floods, they are very still less. Whenever there is an earthquake, water supply, drainage, they and all are affected. So they increase the risk of communicable disease. The people who are affected by the earthquake, they are made to stay in one place, which is of makeshift arrangement, which has been suddenly identified. So the drainage system in that place would not be proper, and this would lead to a risk of communicable disease. Once communicable disease risk increases, then there is a potential risk for other risks to follow. So in earthquake, in high winds, in tidal waves, in floods, in all these conditions, after the disaster is over, the chances of communicable diseases are very, very high, and steps has to be taken to prevent them. In earthquake and high winds, food scarcity is rare because it is localized to a particular point. The people living in other regions will be able to help and provide food. So the food scarcity in earthquake and high winds are rare, but in tidal waves and floods it is common, because in flood the entire area is affected and transportation is affected. During an earthquake, people don't move. During high winds, people don't move. But in a tidal wave and floods, the majority of the population keeps moving. So when the majority of the population starts moving, then there are a lot of risk. Whenever there is a disaster, the disaster has to be managed, and the disaster management has 5 phases. Phase number 1 is very important phase, that is called disaster preparedness. When there is no disaster, you should plan and prepare yourself for the disaster. So this time that is spent in disaster preparedness gives very good results. The next one is disaster impact. What is the impact of the disaster? The third one is disaster response. So how do we respond to a disaster? The fourth one is after the disaster is over, we are into the process of rehabilitation. And the last one, we should try to reduce the effect of disaster. So that is disaster mitigation. So the 5 phases of disaster management are disaster preparedness, disaster impact, disaster response, rehabilitation, and disaster mitigation. So in your examination, these 5 phases are very, very important. They are your keywords. You need to write or draw a disaster cycle. These 5 phases of disaster management can be classified into 2 types. Type number 1 is pre-disaster reduction and planning phase. Type 2 is post-disaster recovery phase. So in disaster cycle, there are 2 phases. You can see one is in dark blue in color and another one is a light lavender color. So in this disaster cycle, the disaster preparedness is very, very important. So you should know about what is a disaster, what would be the effect of the disaster, and in case if there is a disaster, so how should we be prepared? So that preparedness is very, very important. And if we are prepared and if there is a disaster, the impact of the disaster can be sizably reduced. And once if there is a disaster, then we need to respond. If we are not prepared for the disaster, then after the disaster, we will not be able to respond. We will be able to only react. In case if there is a reaction, that will lead to chaos. But if you are prepared, you will not react, you will respond. And if you are responding, then there will be relief. And after the disaster is over, so we need to go for rehabilitation and reconstruction. And when we are rehabilitating and when we are reconstructing, we should see that there is a reduction or mitigation, prevention of disaster. So that itself leads to preparedness. So that is one cycle. So this disaster cycle have to be drawn in your examination in case if there you have a question on this topic. So this is a very important diagram that you will have to draw. So what would be the disaster impact and response? The first one is search and rescue. If there is an earthquake, usually 3 things will come handy. Number 1 is whistle. Number 2 is radio. And number 3 is water. So in Japan, most of the keychains, they have a whistle. So in earthquake, when the whole building collapses, we need to communicate to the rest of the world that we are in some debris and we don't know where we are. So for rescue, when they are in a search. So shouting for help may drain out our energy, and we may not be able to shout for a long period of time. On the contrary, whistling will reach a longer distance. Especially the rescue dogs, they are trained to hear to this whistle sound. So it is always mandatory that you have a whistle in your home, a whistle, a torchlight. So these and all are very much essential. Of late, with the advent of this Android phone, having a watch, having a radio, having a torch, so all have been lost. But in case of a disaster, the mobile phone battery would not last long, and a whistle, a radio, a torchlight, they would be very handy. So the first one is we need to search for the people who are alive after a disaster, be it earthquake, flood, or tsunami, or any type of disaster. So search and rescue is very important. And for that, the disaster management authority, they have trained volunteers. So through NSS, through Indian Red Cross Society, we train the school children and also the college children on how to search and rescue. So this training is very important, and in case if there is a disaster, they come very handy. The next one is knowledge on first aid. Through Red Cross, we provide first aid training to the students at school level and at college level. So at school level, it is called as Junior Red Cross, and at college level, it is called as Youth Red Cross. All Red Cross volunteers are given training on first aid. Do's and don'ts of first aid is very, 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 very important. So this knowledge on first aid is mandatory. In some countries, by law, you need to know first aid. So in India, the knowledge of the general public on first aid is very less. Of late, it is picking up. So knowledge on first aid is very, very important. The third one is field care. So in the field, you should have the facilities to provide instant care. And then you should form a triage, classification and identification. And then there should be tagging. And the most saddest part is identification of the dead. So this is about disaster impact and response. There could be a short question only on this topic. Write a short note on disaster impact and response. So these 6 headings, they form the keyword and they are very important. So in this, what is field care? Most injured person coverage spontaneously to health facilities in using whatsoever transport is available is called as field care. So the bed availability in the primary health center, in the secondary health center, in the tertiary health center, and in the quaternary health center have to be improved. Surgical services should be maximized. So there must be a tie-up with the private clinics who are having operation theater, and the surgical services has to be maximized. Provision should be made for food and shelter. They both are very important. So there must be proper storage of food and shelter for the people. A center should be established to respond to injuries from patients, relatives, and friends. In case of a disaster, some 20% of the people will be able to observe that they are injured only after a lag period. Initially, because of emotional breakdown, they would not know that they are injured. Priority should be given to victims' identification and adequate mortuary space should be provided. During COVID, we didn't have adequate mortuary space and there was mass burial. The very important part of disaster management is knowledge on triage. What is triage? Triage consists of rapidly classifying the injured patient on the basis of the severity of their injuries. So in a triage, there are 4 color code systems. One is red, another one is yellow, the third one is green, and the fourth one is black. So this tabular column is very, very important. In case when you are going to attend the examination, please carry with you a red ball pen, a yellow marker, a green sketch, and a black sketch. So in your answer sheet, if you can mark these colors, so they will give you full marks. So again, please remember to carry red, yellow, green, and black sketch pens. So in triage, if you mark something as red, that means top priority, number 1 in priority. That means if you can provide proper care, that person can be saved. Or if the care is not provided, then it may lead to his death. So that is the top priority attention where medical intervention is required. So any person who have been marked by the triage as red will have to be immediately shifted to ICU, intensive care unit. The next one is yellow color. This is second in priority to red, where urgent attention is required, where moderately injured persons are tagged as yellow. They are generally non-ambulatory. They can be treated in the ward, and if there is a requirement, they can be shifted to the intensive care unit. The third one is green. As per priority, it is third in number. It is semi-urgent, minor injuries, wounded category. So they can be treated in the outpatient department or in the ward. The last one is the most saddest one, black. No priority, no urgency. Black means they are dead. So the dead body has to be tagged. You need to identify who he is. And it has to be shifted to the mortuary. So that is black. So the triage classification, red, yellow, green, and black is very important. Please take note of it. And black, that is identification of the dead and transportation of the dead from the disaster scene is very important because they have a great impact on the emotional well-being of human beings. So shifting the dead to the mortuary is safe, and identification of the dead is very, very important. And reception of the bereaved relatives is very important because the relatives, when they come to know or when they hear about the death, so they will be acting very violently. So they will have to be handled with care, affection, and love. So when a dead person is being tagged, the name of the person will have to be identified, the age, the place of origin, where does he belong to, and the triage category, that is black. And diagnosis, like even before identifying or triage if he is dead, or after he was identified and provided first aid, then he was dead. So such diagnosis and what was the initial treatment given has to be written in the label, in the title, so that next time it would be a very good lesson for the other people to follow. So next we go to the relief phase. The type of disaster, since distinct events have different effects on the population, the type and quality of supplies available locally is very, very important. Initially, there will be an emergency phase which needs supplies like food, blankets, clothing, and shelter. So, in this phase, there are four principal components. Number one, acquisition of supplies. If food is required, then you should identify where food is available, and accordingly you should arrange for transportation of the food from the source area to the place where it is needed. So in the area where it is needed, the place available for storing food would be very less, or it could be moist, there could be some infections. So storing food in large quantities in that area would not be advisable. So for that, transportation has to be very strong. The storage will have to be improved upon, and distribution is very, very important. Out of enthusiasm, the humans usually collect more than what is required. So in this process, a person who is actually in need of food may not get food, but some person who has enough food will also be having more food for his future. So he deprives the food to the needy. So that has to be taken care of in distribution. When there is a disaster, providing the right nutrition, especially to the vulnerable population, is very important. The infants, the small children, the pregnant woman, the sick person, they are more prone to nutritional problems after a disaster like hurricane, flood, land or mudslide, volcanic eruption, sea surge. So in these conditions, natural disasters, the damage to the crops, the damage to the stocks of food, or the damage to the food distribution system is severe. So we need to be very cautious in this regard. The next phase is rehabilitation. So in rehabilitation, water supply has to be ensured. Safe drinking water is very important. Food safety is very important. Constant supply of good food in hygienic condition will have to be ensured. Basic sanitation will have to be maintained, and the care and importance should be given for personal hygiene. So usually after a disaster, vector-borne diseases will be on the rise. So vector control is very, very important. Disaster mitigation. Mitigation means reducing the effect of disaster. So if we are prepared for a disaster, the effect of disaster can be reduced. Disaster mitigation involves lessening the likely effects of emergencies. Nowadays, thanks to the satellites, we are able to know about the movement of cyclones. Once there is a clear prediction that there is going to be a cyclone crossing in a particular region, then immediately the disaster preparedness team evacuates the people who are in the low-lying areas. When the cyclone is crossing the land area, the electricity is switched off. and there is a rescue team ready. So all these disaster preparedness reduce the effect of the disaster. So like the people in the low-lying areas, when they are shifted to a high area, so when there is a flooding, then nobody will be affected. Again, when the cyclone is crossing, when the electricity is cut off, switched off, then the incidences of electric shock would be reduced. Every year, before the rainy season, the structural quality of schools, houses, and other buildings are improved. So usually there will be one public works department. So the public works department are responsible for visiting the school and for ensuring that the ceiling or the terrace of the school, they are strong enough, there is no water logging, and in case if there is a heavy rain, the water on the terrace is usually siphoned out, there is no blockage. So all these things will have to be ensured by the public works department. Similarly, ensuring the safety of health facilities on public health services, including water supply, sewage system, to reduce the cost of rehabilitation and reconstruction. In some areas, the primary health center will be in a low-lying area. So in that case, if there is a flood, then that primary health center will have to be shifted to a higher area. This mitigation complements the disaster preparedness and response activities. Disaster preparedness is usually regarded as comprising measures which enable governments, organizations, communities, and individuals to respond rapidly and effectively to disaster situations. Examples of preparedness measures are evacuate the risk of the country or a particular region to disaster. Suppose if there is an announcement that a cyclone is going to hit, there will be heavy winds and there will be heavy rain. So we need to evaluate the low-lying areas because of heavy wind. So what are all the towers that are vulnerable for the attack by wind and may fall down? The trees that are very weak, so their branches has to be cut so that they don't fall off during a cyclone. So this evaluation is very, very important. Emergency communication. So in case of a disaster, there could be no electricity. Without electricity, so that is very important. And for that, alternatives have to be prepared. You should ensure financial and other resources are available. There must be a networking of communication, information, and warning system. So the communication to the general public on the do's and don'ts after a disaster has to be clearly communicated in the vernacular language so that they understand, and it should be repeated. So because after a disaster, the memory power of the general public usually comes down. The people should be informed about the effect of the post effect of the disaster and what they should do. They should be warned. Like after a cyclone, usually the government starts giving warnings that when you are going out, if there is a cut wire, don't go in that area. Don't go out with barefooting. There could be glass pieces. So always wear a protective shoe. So these and all are the warnings that are given. So we should develop a public education program, a training program, a training of trainers program. So in disaster preparedness, disaster simulation exercises and a test response mechanism is very, very important. Every 3 months once in Pondicherry, we do a mock tsunami exercise. On a particular day, there will be a sudden message to the revenue department, to the police department, to the disaster department, to our volunteer services that there is a tsunami. And we assume that there is a tsunami, and then we carry out the exercises that what should be done in a particular area. We select a particular village, and in case if there is a tsunami alert, then the loudspeaker on the places of worship, like a temple, a church, a mosque, so they are all on, they are all backed by battery, and there is an announcement that there are chances that there could be a tsunami. So first of all, free all your cattle. So all the cattle are free. Then keep the windows and doors open so that there is not pressure on the building because of water. And take your what you call the emergency kit. So each and every house in that village is given an emergency kit. Like as I said, there could be a bucket, a mug, and then a shawl, and then a torchlight, some drinking waters, chlorine tablet, a radio. So these are all form that emergency kit. They take that emergency kit, and then they previously we have identified some high areas which are quite safe, so they immediately move up to their high areas, and then we note the time that is taken for the movement of the general public to area of higher level which is safe, to the safe area. And then every time we try to decrease the time that taken to go to the safe area. So this disaster simulation exercise, we are regularly doing it since tsunami, and now we have the confidence that if there is a tsunami, we can overcome it and we can reduce the effect of that tsunami. What are the principles of disaster management? The principles of disaster management are: number one, risk and hazard assessment. So what is the risk? What are the hazards? And to overcome this risk and hazards, how are we going to plan? And what we have planned, how are we going to organize it? And for organizing and for working up the plan, what are all the resources required? Where the resources are available? How those resources can be optimized? And how they can be best utilized? And as per the disaster, what are all the specialists required and where they are available? How to transport them to the area? And what type of training is required? What TOT has to be given? Training to trainers. So these and all form the principles of disaster management. So in that, we will see the first one, that is risk and hazard assessment. Disaster risk will be a combination of the likelihood of the event and the vulnerability of a place to that event. The hazard assessment will aim to deliver accurate disaster information about individual location. Hazard assessment. You might have seen in many states, after a flood, when the central team comes for assessment, they usually show a big picture. They just exaggerate so that they will be getting more funds. So that is a very bad practice. So in assessment, there should be no exaggeration. Vulnerability to a particular hazard will include critical products, medicine, hygiene products, services, records, and operations. In case in that area has some hazardous material, how to shift it to a safe place, that is very important. Potential effect of damage on stakeholders. What are the financial costs? What type of resource personnel are required, and what is the time of the resource person that could be required? What is the level of insurance cover? So especially in India, the level of insurance cover is very poor. The combination of hazard and vulnerability assessment will result in formulating total risk assessment. So thank you very much for your patient listening. We still have a few more slides to go on. So I will cover that in my next class. So in these subjects that I have handled, so if you have any doubts, you may ask me now. So just for helping you to present in the examination, we had an acronym of disaster detection, incident command, safety, security, access, support, triage and treatment, evaluation and recovery. And then we defined what is a disaster, what is a hazard. Then we classified a disaster into man-made and common natural disasters, and what is the effect of the disaster. So short-term effects, effect on what we call that various phases of disaster management. The first one was disaster preparedness, disaster impact, disaster response, rehabilitation, and disaster mitigation. We saw about the disaster cycle, and then we went into all the components of the cycle: disaster impact and response, field care, triage. In triage, we saw the importance of red, yellow, green, and black, and how we identify a body, and the four principal components: acquisition of supplies, transportation, storage, and distribution. Then we were seeing about disaster mitigation and disaster preparedness, the principles of disaster management, the risk and hazard assessment we have completed, and the next class we will be dealing about planning. So with this recap, I thank you for your patient listening, and I wish you a happy learning ahead. Happy Sunday. If you have any questions, you can ask me now, or I will hand over this session to the next resource person. Thank you, one and all. Do you have any questions? Participants, do you have any questions? If you have any questions, you can even mail me. You can even WhatsApp me. My WhatsApp number is 98948 32221. My email ID GOPAL Gopal Veni VENI, one word, small letters, at yahoo.com. Thank you. Thank you once again. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Anyone? Please respond. Okay. My slides are visible. Okay. Today, I'll be telling about little bit about sterilization and also waste disposal. First, coming to sterilization. Sterilization, it is defined as the process by which an article, surface, or medium is freed of all living microorganisms, either in the vegetative or spore state. So, if that is the definition of sterilization, then this definition of disinfection, it is the destruction or removal of all pathogenic organism or organism capable of giving rise to infection. So disinfection means if any organism which is giving rise to infection, that will be destroyed. But sterilization is both infective as well as non-infective organism are being destroyed. So there is one classification for this sterilization that is known as Spalding classification. In this, there are three items. This Spalding classification, they segregate into three. One is the critical item, next one is semi-critical, and the last one is the non-critical item. Critical item are those which enter sterile tissue or the vascular system and pose a high risk of infection to the patient. Example, surgical instruments, cardiac catheter, implants, etc. Semi-critical article which come in contact with mucous membrane or non-intact skin. In case of wound or mucous membrane like mouth, anal region, like that and all semi-critical items. So glutaraldehyde is the most commonly used high-level disinfectant in this semi-critical item. And last one is these items come in contact with intact skin but not mucous membrane. So BP cuff, bedpan, bedside table, etc. Coming to level of disinfectant. So disinfectant is killing only organism that causes infection. There are three levels of disinfectant. One is high level disinfectant, next is intermediate level disinfectant, and last one is low level disinfectant. What are all the sterilizing agents? There are some physical agents, chemical agents. Coming to physical agents, one is sunlight, next one is drying, next is dry heat like flaming, incineration, hot air, oven, etc. And next is moist heat. Moist heat is pasteurization. Usually milk we used to pasteurize. And then boiling. Water we used to boil usually to kill all the microorganism and also some spores. And then steam under normal pressure and steam under pressure. And next coming to filtration. Filtration we are using candles As we see in aquaguards, they will be using some candles for water purification. So like that. And then asbestos pads, membranes, etc. And next is radiations. And last is ultrasonic and sonic vibrations. Coming to chemical agents, there are many chemical agents. One is alcohol derivative, next is aldehyde derivatives, dyes, halogens, phenols, surface active agents, metallic salts, and gases like ethylene oxide, formaldehyde, beta propiolactone, etc. In alcohol, mostly they will be using ethyl alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, trichlorobutanol. And coming to aldehyde, one is formaldehyde, next one is glutaraldehyde. And gases like ethylene oxide, formaldehyde gas, beta propiolactone. We will be seeing each heading one by one. First is physical agent, in that sunlight. Sunlight possesses appreciable bactericidal activity and play an important role in spontaneous sterilization that occurs under natural conditions. The action is primarily due to its ultraviolet rays, most of which, however, are screened out by glass and the presence of ozone in the outer region of atmosphere. Under natural condition, its sterilizing power varies according to circumstance. Direct sunlight, as in tropica countryside, where it is not filtered off by impurities in the atmosphere, has an active germicidal effect due to combined effect of ultraviolet as well as heat rays. So they made one experiment by Simple and Greige. They showed that typhoid bacilli exposed to sun on piece of white drill cloth were killed in 2 hours, whereas control kept in dark room were still alive after 6 days. So sunlight is a very good sterilizing agent. And also bacteria suspended in water are readily destroyed by exposure to sunlight. Coming to drying, moisture is essential for growth of bacteria. So if there is no water content in any substance, then there won't be any growth of bacteria. So 4/5 of the weight of bacterial cell is mainly due to water. So drying in air has therefore a deleterious effect on many bacteria. Spores are usually unaffected by drying. Only the bacteria are affected by drying. Spores are usually unaffected. Next, coming to heat. Heat is considered to be most reliable method of sterilization of articles that can withstand heat. Heat acts by oxidative effect as well as denaturation and coagulation of protein. What are all the factors affecting sterilization by heat? One is the nature of heat. Next one is the temperature at which the heat is produced. And next one, the amount of time exposure. And next is the number of microorganisms. And last one is the nature of microorganism. There are two types of heat. One is the dry heat and another one is the moist heat. In dry heat, there are again divided into four types. One is red hot and next one is flaming and next is hot air oven and last is incineration. First, coming to red hot, exposure of wires and forceps to the Bunsen flame until it became red hot, then cool down and then we can use it. Like loops, forceps, metal rods are usually sterilized in this red hot. Flaming. Flaming is similar to red hot. This is slowly passing of an object. There we are exposed to high heat. Here we are slowly passing of an object to a Bunsen flame will reduce the number of microorganisms. It is mainly used for sterilization of the mouth of the bottle, flask, containers, test tubes, smear slides, etc. So this is the Bunsen flame. They are heating the glass slides, slowly introducing the glass slide into the flame. Next, coming to hot air oven. Instruments consists of heater and an oven. It is mainly used for sand powder, metals, glasses, etc. The temperature at which this hot air oven used is 160 degrees Celsius for 60 minutes or 180 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. And last is incineration. Is treating of an object to heating over 250 degrees Celsius until it becomes black color. It is mainly done for used equipments. After sterilization, whether the instrument is properly sterilized or not, for that you have to have some control. That is the sterilization control. That for that three methods are being followed. One is the physical method, next is the chemical, and last is the biological method. In physical method, mainly the temperature monitoring and thermocouples are used. And chemical method, a brownish tube is available for dry heat and is convenient for routine use. After proper sterilization, a green color is produced after 60 minutes at 160 degrees Celsius or 115 minutes at 150 degrees Celsius. That is the control. And coming to biological method, the spores of non-toxigenic strains of Clostridium tetani and Bacillus subtilis, subspecies niger, are used as a microbiological test of dry heat efficiency. Paper strips impregnated with 10 power 6 spores are usually placed in an envelope and inserted into suitable packs. After sterilization, the strips are removed and then they are inoculated into thioglycolate or cooked meat media and incubated for sterility test under strict anaerobic condition for 5 days at 37 degrees Celsius. Coming to moist heat, it is again classified into based on temperature into three types. One is less than 100 degrees Celsius, next is at 100 degrees Celsius, and last is above 100 degrees Celsius. First, coming to less than 100 degrees Celsius, that is milk pasteurization. There are two types of milk pasteurization. One is holding method and another one is flash method. In holding method, the temperature is 65 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, and in flash method, the temperature is 72 degrees Celsius for 20 seconds. And this moist heat is also used for preparation of vaccines. That is mainly by heating at 56 degrees Celsius for 30 to 60 minutes. Coming to temperature at 100 degrees Celsius, one is steaming and next one is boiling. In steaming, that is single exposure of the microbe to steam at 100 degrees Celsius for 90 minutes. And boiling, generally we will be boiling water. That is the most common application used in moist heat. But it won't kill all viruses, all spores. So usually boiling occurred at 100 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. For that, boiling plates are used. Boiling plate test. It is a pure culture of single microorganism is grown in a broth, and it is the plate is usually divided into 6 parts, and each one is based on time. It is divided into 6 parts. One is 0 minute, next is 5 minutes, next is 15 minutes, next is 30 minutes, and next one is 45, and last is 60 minutes. That is 1 hour. In that, we have to culture the organism on all these parts, and then first in 0 minutes you have to culture the organism, and then after 5 minutes culture the organism in all other 5 parts. We have to incubate all these boiling plate for 24 hours in water bath at 100 degrees Celsius. Coming to moist heat sterilization above 100 degrees Celsius, that is the autoclaving. It depends on steam and pressure. So the steam is a hot air able to penetrate all these equipments, things, etc. And the pressure will raise the temperature from 100 to 121 degrees Celsius. So moist heat is more effective than dry heat at a given temperature or length of exposure, and also more penetrating than dry heat. It also kills all bacteria, including spores and also fungi, and also viruses, both enveloped as well as non-enveloped viruses, and also even parasites. So the thermal death point and the thermal death time is 121 degrees Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes, and in flash autoclaving it is 134 degrees Celsius for 4 to 5 minutes. So this temperature will be very important. So what are all the advantages of autoclave? In the autoclave is mainly working in a temperature above 100 degrees Celsius. So therefore, all types of spores, bacteria, viruses, all enveloped, non-enveloped viruses, fungi, everything will be killed. And then they will be condensing the steam so that it will generate an extra heat. The condensation also allows the steam to penetrate rapidly into porous material. So, for all invasive procedures at operating room or clinics, autoclaved equipments are generally used. In this also, there is a physical indicator, chemical indicator, and a biological indicator. Physical indicator is again the temperature you have to monitor. That is 121 degrees Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes, and then 134 degrees Celsius for 4 to 5 minutes. The temperature has to be monitored. And then chemical indicator, one is the autoclave tape, and next is Brown's tube. And in biological, that is spores of thermophilic organism. Spore strips, they are used. Coming to radiations, sterilization by radiation kill microbes by causing mutation to the cellular protein and also disrupting cellular elements. There are two types of radiation. One is ultraviolet radiation and another one is ionizing radiation. Ultraviolet radiation is not a good sterilizing method, and ionizing radiation are generally used, like syringes, needles are generally sterilized using ionizing radiation. Coming to filtration, sterilization by mechanical removal of pathogenic microorganisms by passing through a membrane filter. If they are unable to filter viruses according to their smaller size, the pore size is less than 0.45 micrometer. It is mainly used for sterilization of heat-sensitive fluids like serum, glucose, urea, and amino acids. So that's all about physical methods. One is sunlight, that is a natural sterilization, and next is dry heat, and next is moist heat, and next is a filtration, and then radiation. There are two methods of radiation. One is ultrasonic, and next is ionizing. Ionizing generally we are using it. Coming to chemical methods. There are many chemical methods used for sterilization. One is phenolic group of disinfectant. That is example is Dettol, Lysol, Freezol that we are generally using for hand washing, floor cleaning, etc. In that they generally remain active and also they are stable and also they persist for long period of time. They are against gram-positive as well as gram-negative bacteria and also mycobacterium and also some viruses. Coming to alcohol derivatives, they are also having antibacterial activity that we are using for sanitizers, sterilium, that and all generally have all these alcohols. They are able to act and evaporate over short period of time. Coming to aldehyde, generally we are using only two types of aldehydes. One is the formaldehyde and next is a glutaraldehyde. Formaldehyde generally used for killing bactericidal and sporicidal and they are also having some lethal effect on viruses. And glutaraldehyde is used for cleaning that big machines like heart lung machine that is mainly effective against tubercle bacilli, fungi and also some viruses. And coming to dyes, there are generally two types of dyes are used. One is the aniline dyes and the another one is acridine dyes. Crystal violet, eosin are also effective antiseptic agents. Coming to surface active agents, that is the soap, other detergents that we are generally used to make mechanical removal of microbes by scrubbing of dead tissues. So all these microorganisms will reduce in number. Coming to gases, we will be doing fumigation in theaters and also in wards. For that, all these gases are generally used. One is ethylene oxide, next is formaldehyde gas, and next one is beta propiolactone and hydrogen peroxide fogging. Coming to salts, metallic salts like silver, copper, and mercury. Silver is a very good antiseptic agent, and also copper is also a good antiseptic agent that will kill certain microorganisms, certain bacteria, and also some viruses. Coming to a new method of sterilization, that is the plasma sterilization. In this, the radio frequency energy is applied to create an electromagnetic field. Into this, hydrogen peroxide vapors are introduced, which generate a state of plasma that will be containing the free radical of hydrogen and oxygen. It is mainly used for arthroscopes and also urethrospopes. So, in short, usually that surgical linens are usually sterilized by autoclaving. And next is gloves, catheter, syringes, needles are generally sterilized by gamma radiation or ethylene oxide gas sterilization. And next is the culture media in microbiology that are generally sterilized by autoclaving. And glassware, paraffin, glove powder that are all generally sterilized by hot air oven. And forceps that also sterilized by hot air oven. And next is serum sugars that is usually sterilized by filtration. And last is stethoscope, probes, thermometer are generally sterilized by alcohol derivatives. So we completed sterilization. That is, first you should be knowing the definition of sterilization and disinfection. And then there is one classification known as Spalding classification. In that, we will be segregating the sterilization equipment into critical items, semi-critical, and non-critical items. And next is the level of disinfectant. There are 3 levels. One is the high level, and next is intermediate and low level disinfectant. And what are all the sterilizing agents? One is the physical agent, chemical agents, and then gases, etc. And physical agent, that is sunlight, drying, dry heat, moist heat, filtration, radiation, ultrasonic and sonic vibration. And coming to chemical agent, one is alcohol derivative, and next is aldehyde derivatives, and next is dyes, halogens, phenol, surface active agents, metallic salts, and then gases. Gases is generally for fumigation of wards, craters, etc. That is mainly the ethylene oxide, formaldehyde, or beta propiolactone gases are generally used. In that hot air oven, they may ask us 4-mark questions, and autoclave is also one of the important questions. And for physical and chemical agent, we will be using the sterilization control. That is physical control, chemical control, and biological control. Autoclave is also an important question. And there is one new method of sterilization, that is a plasma sterilization. That is mainly used for arthroscope and urethrospopes. Coming to waste disposal management. So, what do you mean by waste? It is defined as any material unused and rejected as worthless or unwanted. That is, the useless or profitless activity. Using or expending or consuming thoughtlessly or carelessly. So, any rubbish, garbages, junks, they are considered as waste. At the end of 19th century, Industrial Revolution, there was a rise in world of consumers. So, the increase in population and urbanization was also largely responsible for increase in solid waste. So, coming to definition of solid waste, these are non-liquid, non-soluble material ranging from municipal garbage to industrial waste that contain complex and sometimes hazardous substances. So, sewage sludge, agricultural refuse, demolition waste, mining residues, etc. So types of solid waste, they are broadly classified into three types. One is the household waste, and next is an industrial waste, and last is a biomedical waste. Household waste is generally classified as municipal waste. Daily we are throwing waste that the municipal will come and collect all those garbages. And next is an industrial waste that are generally hazardous. And last is a biomedical waste, is also known as hospital waste, and they are infectious. That is also dangerous. Coming to types of waste we generate and the approximate time it takes to degenerate. So, organic waste such as vegetables, fruits, leftover foodstuff, etc., that will take a week or two to degenerate. And paper usually will take 10 to 30 days. And cotton cloths, that generally takes 2 to 5 months for their degeneration. And wood generally takes up to 10 to 15 years for their degeneration. Woolen items generally take 1 year for degeneration, and tin, aluminium, and other metal items such as cans, that and all will take 100 to 500 years for their degeneration. And plastic bags generally takes 1 million years for their degeneration. So, and last is glass, doesn't degenerate at all. So for that only we are not using plastic bags because it's taking 1 million years for their degeneration. How we are managing these waste? There are 4 R's. One, we have to refuse, and next we have to reuse, and next we have to recycle it, and last we can reduce it. Certain ways we can reuse, certain ways we can recycle and then we can use it, and certain waste we can't reuse or recycle it, so we were burning it and reducing into an ash. So what are all the methods of solid waste disposal? One is by dumping, next is controlled tipping or sanitary landfill, and next is incineration, and next is composting, and next is a manual fix, and last is burial. Coming to dumping, refuse is dumped in low-lying areas partly as a method of reclamation of land, but mainly as an easy method of disposal of dry refuse. As a result of bacterial action, refuse decreased considerably in volume and is converted gradually into humus. So in Kolkata, disposal of its refuse by dumping, and the reclaimed land is leased out for cultivation. So what are all the drawbacks in open dumping? One, they are exposed to flies and rodents. Next, it is a source of nuisance from a smell and unsightly appearance. And if there is any loose refuse, they will dispersed by the action of wind. And they may drainage from dumps contribute to the pollution of surface and groundwater also. So this is a little bit of failure method. And next is controlled tipping. Here the trench method is usually chosen. A long trench is dug out up to 2 to 3 meter deep and 4 to 12 meter wide depending upon local conditions. The refuse is compacted and covered with excavated earth, where the compacted refuse is placed in the fill to the depth of about 2 meters, and it is estimated that 1 acre of land per year will be required for 10,000 population. So the another method they are using is the ramp method. In this, where the terrain is moderately in a sloping, so some excavation is done to secure the covering material. Coming to the last one is the area method. This method is used for filling land depression, disused quarries, clay pits, etc. The refuse is deposited, packed, and consolidated in uniform layer up to 2 to 2.5 meter deep, and each layer is sealed on its exposed surface with a mud cover at least 30 centimeter thick. So such sealing prevents infestation by flies and rodents and suppresses the nuisance of smell and dust. And this method often has the disadvantage of requiring supplemental earth from outside source. So it is mainly preventing all the disadvantages that we are seeing in dumping. Next, coming to composting. Composting is a method of combined disposal of refuse and night soil or sludge. So it is a process of nature whereby organic matter break down under bacterial action, resulting in the formation of relatively stable humus like material called the compost, which has considerable manurial value for the soil. So the principal byproducts are carbon dioxide, water, and heat. So the heat produced during composting, about 60 degrees Celsius or higher, over a period of several days, destroys egg and larvae of flies, weed seed, and pathogenic agents. So the end product compost contains few or no disease producing organisms and is a good soil builder containing small amount of the major plant nutrients such as nitrates and phosphates. So there are two methods generally used. One is the Bangalore method and another one is the mechanical composting. Bangalore method is an anaerobic method and mechanical composting is an aerobic method. Coming to incineration. Incineration is burning. So it's a high temperature dry oxidation process that reduces organic and combustible waste to inorganic incombustible matter and result in a very significant reduction of waste volume and weight. The process is usually selected to treat waste that cannot be recycled, reused, or disposed of in a landfill site. So incineration doesn't require any pre-treatment provided that certain waste type are not included in the matter to be incinerated. So what are all the characteristics of the waste suitable for incineration? One is low heating volume, about 2000 kilocalorie per kg for single chamber incinerator and about 3500 kilocalorie per kg for pyrolytic double chamber incinerator. And the content should be a combustible matter. 60% of the content should be a combustible matter and below 5% of the content should be non-combustible solids and below 20% of the content should be non-combustible fine solids and there will be a moisture content of about below 30%. What are all the waste that should not be incinerated? One is the pressurized gas container because if we incinerate that will undergo blast. And next is large amount of reactive chemical waste. And next is the silver salts and photographics or radiographics waste. And then halogenated plastics such as PVC, etc. Waste with high mercury or cadmium content, such as broken thermometers, used batteries, lead-lined wooden panels, etc. And last is sealed ampoules or ampules containing heavy metals. Coming to types of incinerators, one is the double chamber pyrolytic incinerator, which may be especially designed to burn infectious healthcare waste. And next is a single chamber furnaces with static grate, which should be used only if pyrolytic incinerator are not affordable. And last is rotary kilns operating at high temperature and that is capable of causing decomposition of genotoxic substances and heat resistant chemicals. So this is the incinerator. First, this is waste and also air that they will furnace and waste will mix with water, wastewater, and water will discharge. And sludges. These sludges usually require treatment, and all these waste will converted into an ash that will be disposed. And in these waste, there will be some steam will be coming out and some gases. These gases will mix with atmosphere. Coming to manure pit, in rural areas in India, there is no system for collection and disposal of refuse. So these refuse is thrown around the houses indiscriminately, resulting in gross pollution of the soil. So the problem of refuse disposal in rural areas can be solved by digging manure pits by the individual householders. The garbage, cattle dung, straw and leaves should be dumped into the manure pits and covered with earth after each day's dumping. 2 such pits will be needed. One is closed, the other will be in use. In 5 to 6 months' time, the refuse is converted into manure which can be returned to the field. So this method of refuse disposal is effective and relatively simple in rural communities. Coming to burial, this method is suitable for small camps. A trench of about 1.5 meter wide and 2 meter deep is excavated. At the end of each day, the refuse is covered with 20 to 30 centimeter of earth. When the level in the trench is 40 centimeter from ground level, the trench is filled with earth and compacted and a new trench is dug out. The content may be taken out after 4 to 6 months and used on the field. If the trench is 1 meter in length for every 200%, it will be filled with about 1 week. So that's all about solid waste disposal. One is dumping, controlled tipping, incineration, manure pits, burial, composting. These are all the methods of solid waste disposal. Coming to liquid waste disposal, that is the sewage. So the sewage is a wastewater from a community containing solid and liquid excreta derived from houses, streets, yard washings, factories, industries, etc. So then sewage, it is applied to wastewater which doesn't contain human excreta. Wastewater from kitchen and bathroom, that is a sewage. So decomposition of organic matter in sewage takes place by 2 processes. One is the aerobic and another one is anaerobic process. Aerobic process, it is the most efficient method of reducing the organic matter in sewage. The process requires continuous supply of free dissolved oxygen. The organic matter is broken down into simpler compounds, namely the carbon dioxide, water, ammonia, nitrites and nitrates by the action of all these bacterial organisms, including fungi and protozoa. Coming to anaerobic process, where the sewage is highly concentrated and it contains plenty of solids and they are highly effective. So these end products of decomposition are methane, ammonia, carbon dioxide and hydrogen. In anaerobic decomposition, the reaction is slower and the mechanism of decomposition is extremely complex. So this is the flow diagram of modern sewage treatment plant. So first is sewage. Primary treatment, they are screening it, and then there is one chamber called grit chamber, and then there is a primary sedimentation tank, and there is a sludge digester. In that, methane gas is evaporated, and then sludge drying bed. And from primary sedimentation tank, it is entering into a secondary treatment, that is a biological treatment. They will add some bacteria that will destroy all those sludge. And then the final sedimentation tank, from that again the sludge appears and they enter into a sludge digester, and then that sludge entering into a sludge drying beds. And last, the effluent is disposed. What are all the other methods of sewage disposal? One is the sea outfall, and another is the river, and next is land treatment, and next is oxidation ponds, and last is oxidation ditches. So these are all the methods of liquid disposal. So main is anaerobic and aerobic methods. Other methods are sea outflow, river outfall, land treatment, oxidation pond, and oxidation ditches. So that's all. Any doubts? Any doubts regarding this topic? Okay, thank you.
Should we start, friends? Hello, you are able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. So we'll start our presentation. Either you are able to see this screen, please help me understanding.
Yes, sir.
So
Visible.
screen is visible. Very good. Thank you very much. Friends, when we are looking at the quality, it is very difficult for us to understand the quality of different things, the quality of our dress material, quality of stitching, quality of the pen we are using, everything. It is very difficult to understand what is the meaning of quality. And always quality is often associated with cost. So if we see even just for our clothes, when we get different brands, different price, no brands, price is not an issue, but still many people are not able to afford for it. So anywhere when we talk of quality, quality is always assessed along with the price. Though we say quality should not be compromised, but it is very difficult to assign quality for everything without considering the price that we can afford for it. Friends, we all deserve the best quality of service. We would all deserve the best quality of medicine. Very good. We deserve it and we want this. But thing is, what the products or the medicines available in America, the price of medicine in America are altogether different. And in India, if we see, even if we have no insurance, we can manage our health care, even if we have no insurance. But a country like America or similar developed countries, healthcare cannot be managed without insurance. Will So it's very very difficult. Fortunately, we have many public health facilities which still offer free, and there are many private sector healthcare institutions also. Partly they offer free. So when we talk of quality, always is associated with price. One needs to pay for it, but medicines are very good, of good quality. If it is not affordable, if I am not able to pay for it, the medicine is of no concern for me. The medicines are of not use for me because I am not able to afford for it. So similarly, the health care, it is not in terms of absolute terms. The quality is not, and quality must be affordable. So when we talk of quality, it has got two more points. Safety. Yesterday we have talked about the safety in healthcare, and ultimately it should lead to the wellness. So that is the meaning we need to look at. So now the next question comes is, who assesses this quality? We are not competent, many of us, and the quality for educational institution, quality for healthcare, quality for industries, everything is different. For example, if we look at the industry, let us see the pharmaceutical industry. We look at quality means the manufacturing process should be good, and that is what we call is good manufacturing practice. For industry, we need to see whether the testing facilities for the drug and other products we have, and what is called is GLP, good laboratory practice. Even in our teaching, we talk of good teaching practices, and we have moved from the teaching to learning. Whether we have the optimum learning facilities for the students, that is how we value, we rate our educational institution. And for educational institution also, we have something called accreditation. And for that, we have at this moment two bodies for educational institution. One is NAC, NAAC, NAC. Another is NBA, National Board of Accreditation. That is only for engineering programs. NAC is for all. Not see, the difference between these two is NAC holistically evaluates an institution. NBA, it evaluates only the specific programs, specific engineering programs, which comes under AICT. Similarly, we have accreditation for healthcare services. Healthcare services, we have the accreditation, and accreditation, if an institution is accredited, if the hospital is accredited, we can assume that the facilities available in the hospital are of good quality. So we, for accreditation of hospitals, we have a body called NABH, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. And today that we are going to discuss about what are the standards. You'll see most of the private hospitals, they got all accredited. Some of them, they go even the international accreditation system. Some of them, at least, they go for Indian accreditation. And Indian accreditation is by NABH, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals. So 2020, what are the standards required for accreditation that we are going to discuss now? So when we talk of the quality, we assume or presume that the quality reaches to the last man in the line. But that means everybody is expected to get the best quality healthcare in the country. Then these standards that we are talking today are applicable for April 2020 to April 2024. Because the standards are dynamic in nature. Standards are dynamic in nature, and if it is to be revised, suppose something is, we want to improve our services, we may have to develop our standards and we have to improve our standards. So look at this summary of standards. Summary of standards, we have many standards. The first standard we see, the organization has defined and displays the healthcare services it provides. That means every organization, every healthcare institution should clearly displays what services it is going to provide. So it displays, if it displays only in the website, if it displays only in the premises, yes, website is the first we must have, because people access to the website is easy. Unless someone comes to the institution, either this is also available in the institution, and especially at the entry of the institution, healthcare institution, it should display the services. That means if it is required, I'll enter, I'll do my healthcare requirement here. If not, I may go to somewhere else. So that is why the first standard is what are the services that a healthcare institution or healthcare organization provides should be rated. Number two, the organization has a well-defined registration and admission process. well defined. What is the meaning of well defined? Means whom will admit and whom will not admit. That is well defined. It clearly tells this patient can be admitted, this patient cannot be admitted. That is the meaning of well defined. So the organization has the registration and admission process, and which is also known to others. Third standard, there is an appropriate mechanism. See very carefully. There is an appropriate mechanism for transfer or referral patients. No hospital is perfect in every respect. No hospital is. So sometimes it requires, we may have to go to a higher hospital. It is called referral hospital. And this transfer, how to do it, SOP is available. Standard operating procedure is available, and this should be followed by the hospital concerned. Means when to transfer. When to transfer. Means what is the condition of the patient. Next question comes is where to transfer. Is it the choice of the patient or its caretakers, or it is the choice of the hospital? That should be very clear. Fourth standard, patient cared by the organization has to undergo an established initial assessment. So as soon as the patient comes, the initial assessment should be done. And in the initial assessment, what are the things to be looked at? Everything is routine procedure. It is not that it varies from the doctor to doctor. Fifth point, the patients that are admitted should undergo a regular reassessment. Means how frequently it is done in that particular hospital should be prefixed. Yes, if there is an emergency, always doctor will come and see. But when there is no emergency, when the reassessment should be done for that particular patient, it should be known to the patient. Number 6, the laboratory services are provided. Every hospital has a diagnostic services, laboratory services. And what laboratory services are available, that should be based on the services of the organization. 7 point. Yes, many of you probably have experienced sometimes one pathological laboratory gives a report and you go to another pathology laboratory, you get a different report. Some pathology laboratory makes you, yes, you are diabetic. Another pathological laboratory you go, no sir, you have no problem of diabetes. You are perfect, no need. So that means all these problems occurs because there is no quality assurance program. So the laboratory must have quality assurance program. Friends, a simple example. You know the scales. We measure the distance using the scale, and this scale that we use for our classwork and all, these scales, if you see different companies, there are different values. Same thing, you measure, okay, it is 10 centimeter in this scale, but when you take another centimeter, sorry, another scale, it may be less than 10 centimeter, or it may be more than 10 centimeter, because these scales are not standardized scale, and standardized scale means it would be very expensive. It would be very expensive because they assured the standard. They assured the standard. Even when you, if you are a chemistry student, or even otherwise, sometimes when in class 2 and all, you have done, you have used pipettes. These pipettes are also not of standard quality. Only those who do research or some analytical works, they use pipettes, standard pipettes. Means, yes, you know, probably you have experienced something called measuring cylinder, something called pipettes. Measuring cylinders are meant only to measure, they are not for even delivery, not for delivery. Whereas pipettes made for delivery. Pipettes are delivery devices. So when to use what and all these things, the laboratory quality assurance program will tell you what is to be done. Number 8, there is an established laboratory safety programs. Laboratory safety programs. People who are working in the laboratory, there should not be issue of safety programs. If there is an issue in the safety, yes, those who are managing the laboratory got cut. Patient, while withdrawing money, sorry, while withdrawing the blood, may get punctured somewhere else than where we are taking the blood. So, what is to be done? Even suddenly there is a fire in the laboratory. So, all these, there must have a safety program. 9, imaging services. Imaging services means it comes like your X-ray, it may be MRI, all these, either X-ray is available here or X-ray service is not available here. That depends upon the hospital's service. Then when we have imaging services, that the services must be quality assurance program available for this. That means, you know, I don't know, some of you probably have experienced, we have something called pH. pH tells you whether an individual, a particular solution is acidic or particular solution is basic in nature. You have thermometers. The thermometers, whether it is giving the correct rating or not. Yes, always you find you are have fever, but actually you have no fever because thermometer is defect. So this is called quality assurance. That means every equipments used should be calibrated, should be calibrated, tested. Even we have many blood pressure measuring devices in the market, many blood pressure devices, and whether they are standardized. If they are not standardized, whatever the result you get, it is all defective results. I have my own experience. While we are conducting a camp for hypertension, my student used to measure the blood pressure of all the visitors and give a slip. Your blood pressure is this. So normally I used to do is before we start, I said you measure my blood pressure. And the person who was measuring, my student, told, sir, your blood pressure is in the higher side. I know my blood pressure was not on the higher side. So I said, let me measure with the another person sitting close by. She says, your blood pressures are within normal. Friends, please understand there is nothing like normal. These are all average values. These are all average values. And one of the very renowned cardiologists says, why people go for this value so rigidly? Because these are average values. These are not normal values. If these are normal values, he says, what is the average height of Indians? Average height of Indians. So some people are very taller. So cut their legs so that they will become normal. Unfortunately, sometimes the individual is taller, but his wife is not. So cut the leg from there, add to the individual's wife, so that wife height also will increase. So this is in the lighter side. This is in the lighter side, and there is nothing like normal. These are all average values. So one may have values little this side, that side, if there is no clinical symptoms, if there is no clinical issues, this can be ignored. There is in safety programs. Many times we have seen, and these are also recorded in newspapers. But we see how the harm is occurring. Okay, this is MRI. MRI, they find the patient was pushed inside and difficult to take him out. Patient care is continuous and multidisciplinary. One healthcare professional cannot assure the complete care, and it all depends on all the healthcare professional, doctor, nurses, pharmacists, social workers, the laboratory. So all together we can provide the best medical care to the patient. The organization has an established discharge process. The organization has an established discharge process. That means how an individual will be discharged from the hospital. how an individual can be discharged from. So when the discharge, yes, a discharge certificate is to be given, and what it contains, the discharge certificate, everything should be SOP oriented. SOP means standard operating procedure. So either I am the duty doctor, somebody else the duty doctor, the procedure will remain same. And so the contents of the discharge documents or the discharge certificate, what it can should be written, this should be predefined. It should be predefined. So we'll see now one after another all these four summaries of standards, total 14 standards. And for these 14 standards, we'll look at each one of them. The first standard is the organization defines and displays the healthcare services it provides. So, what are commitment? If we look at the objective elements of these standards, there will be commitment, sometimes there will be achievements, sometimes there will be other parameters, core components. So all these things one by one we'll discuss, but not that everything is for every standard. Objective elements, see what are the commitments. The commitments we have four commitments A, B, C, D. For this number one, health care services are provided are defined, and this is as per the requirements or needs of the community. Each defined healthcare service should have diagnostic or the treatment by suitably qualified persons. So only the qualified persons can only provide either diagnostic or treatment. Scope of the healthcare services. So each department, yes, medicine department is a department of surgery, department of microbiology, department of ONG. So what is the scope of the service? It should be defined. The organization's defined healthcare, and it should be prominently displayed. It should be prominently displayed. That means the patient knows. Now here you see in standard 2 we have the commitments also, we have core components also, we have achievements also. So what is the commitment? Organization has a well defined registration and admission process. That means there is a written guidance whom to be registered, whom to be admitted. So the basic concept, if we look at the total quality management, the basic concept is individual is not important. Individual is not important. System is important. System is, so that means system should be developed. Where we have a system, that is the best institution. Where it is based on an individual, it is not a good institution. Because when the individual is doing, if for any reason the individual is not available today, the service will be disturbed. So that is why a system should be available. Wherever we have system, we can assume they are the best institution. A unique identification number is generated. This is the core component. So every patient will have a number, and we can search all the documents not on based on his name, but based on the identification. The two persons may have the same name. Commitment. What is the commitment? Only those patients can be registered. Which patient? For whom the organization can provide the required service. If organization cannot provide the service, yes, for example, a hospital which does not have dialysis service cannot admit a patient with kidney issues. Written guidance, another commitment is the availability of written guidance for managing patients during non-availability of beds. You might have seen during a season like this time, onset of monsoon, suddenly there is an dengue outbreak of dengue, and no bed available. So what is to be done? And what is should be our achievement as far as the standard is concerned? If the healthcare services are accessible, if we make the healthcare services accessible on the priority needs, on the priority needs, priority needs of whom? The patient. Yes, for example, if one has just little problem and no need of hospitalization, there is another patient who has come for delivery, so delivery cannot be ignored, so she should be the priority. So like that, the priorities should be defined. There is an appropriate mechanism to transfer in and out for the referral patients. So there are 4 commitments: transfer of the patient appropriately done, transfer or referring to other facility is done appropriately. So that should be written procedure when we should transfer. During transfer or referral, either it is necessary that staff should also accompany, maybe sometimes necessary when the patient is critically ill, and the organization must provide summary of the discharge. So patient condition, treatment given, all the details should be made available when one patient is transferred from one hospital to another hospital. Standard 4, if you see the core component here, every patient comes to the hospital, there will be initial assessment of the patient, either it is for inpatient or outpatient, or it is just for a daycare patient, whoever comes, including those who come to the emergency, including those who come to the emergency or the casualty department. The first assessment or the initial assessment should be, so this is the core component. This is the core component. Then we have about three commitment of the hospital. What are the three commitments? The initial assessment is performed by qualified persons. Initial assessment is performed within a time frame, not that patient is kept left or after some times only we look at. Initial assessment of daycare and inpatient includes nursing assessment also. So all these are the commitment a hospital must do. So what is the achievement if we look at in terms of this standard? Initial assessment results in a documented care plan. The care plan is countersigned by the clinician in charge within 24 hours. These are all we are able to, this is the best practice. This is the best. So this we have achieved. And what is excellence? Care plan includes the identification of special needs regarding the care following the discharge of the patient. Number 5, here also we have the core component and 3 commitment and 1 achievement. Patients are reassessed. Initial assessment is done, patient is admitted, and how frequently they should be reassessed. Then we have a patient of different types. If they are outpatient, when should be done? Is outpatient, these patients are informed they have to come again for a follow-up. For the inpatient, during reassessment, the care plan, whatever is done, is to be monitored, it's to be modified if required, and the patients are inpatients. So it is the responsibility of the hospital. Then 2 other commitment are staff involved in direct clinical care. Staff involved in direct clinical care document the reassessment. Yes, reassessment is done, patient is examined, and this should be documented. The hospital lays down guidelines. Hospital lays down guidelines and implement the processes to find out, to identify early warning signs, or if there is a possibility of deterioration, the organization should be able to identify. Yes, the laboratory services that are provided based on the scope of the organization, what type of laboratory services are provided. Look here, when we say the scope of laboratory services, it should be commensurate with the service provided. If it is beyond the scope of the hospital should clearly tell that we cannot provide this service. Infrastructure must be adequate. Human resource must have qualification and training, and adequate numbers should also be available. Requisition for test, collection, identification, all these processes, the written guidelines should be available. Friends, one of the biggest problem that we are facing at this moment is we are doing the test, collection samples, identification, everything we are doing, but while disposing of the specimen, we do not care much, and that is where we have the problem is biomedical waste management. Most of the hospital have these issues because individually, if we look at, we always look at the quality, but this do not come within the purview of the individuals, and individuals do not know also. But the hospital as an organization should have the good disposal practice. So that is what we call is biomedical waste management, and we have a specific rule for that, regulations. Not that even the simple cotton after use, we cannot throw it. We cannot throw it. Laboratory results are available within a defined time. Yes, today we have given blood for testing, but they say only day after tomorrow you come for the report. Yes, for which diagnostic test, what is the time period, that should be fixed. Yes, if we are doing a culture, microbiological culture, it requires time. If we just take what is the hemoglobin level of the individuals, it can be given in no time. Critical results should be intimated to the person as quickly as possible. Results are reported. How to report? It should be in a standardized format. There is a mechanism to address the recall or amendment of the reports. Yes, here also there is mistake. Mistake can occur. The mistake can occur from different angles. There is an interchange of results from one individual to the another. There is a possibility of instruments that is used. Instrument is not giving the proper record, proper result. So in that such cases, we may have to recall the results. And what is the procedure? If we have the procedure, then we say we have a Pakka system. We have a good system. Laboratory tests are not available. Yes, our system, our hospital is not able to do it for any reason, but we can outsource it. We can outsource it. But this outsourcing agency, whether they are doing it properly or not, we must ensure that they have a quality assurance program. There is an established laboratory quality assurance program. We have seen that, okay, we'll see about the quality assurance when we are outsourcing. But before that, what service we are providing, laboratory service, that should be, we must have a quality assurance program. Difference between quality and quality assurance. Quality is outcome. What we want to achieve is this should be the, for example, yesterday you have listened about quality by design. So if we follow the quality by design, it will give you quality product. When it comes to this quality service, we have an indicator. Yes, these are all available. So our quality of service is good. But assurance means we do all the procedures, all the procedures. We are not just concerned about the final quality of the product or the process, but each step in the quality, because I say quality is to be built into the product, quality is to be built into the process, quality is to be built into the service. Quality cannot be assessed at the end. Quality need to be assessed, but quality cannot be. So by assessing the quality, we cannot achieve the quality. So that is why we need quality assurance program. So every step of the service is quality oriented, and this will ensure that whatever service we are providing, this is of quality service. Friends, I am giving my own example. One, I was traveling, I was in the airport, and I saw a lady came, cleaned the toilet, and she came out of the toilet, used the same mop for cleaning the basin outside. What is the problem here? The problem here is she knows about cleaning. She knows about cleaning, but which she is not supposed to do, because two cleanings are not same. Cleaning of basin and cleaning of toilet are not same. So you require different materials and you cannot intermix. So it is not her fault. She was not educated. She was not trained. So similarly, whatever we do, every person should be trained, and especially when it is coming to the laboratory investigation. And in the laboratory investigation process and the hearing, because a lot of chemicals, the fire, Bunsen burner, and so many things, and there is possibility of safety issues. So for that, we must train our people to work on the laboratory safely. In the imaging services, whatever the hospital provides, it should be within the scope of the hospital service. And when we talk of imaging service, we look at legal and other requirements. Legal and other requirements. I think, uh, can we stop now for lunch?
Okay, sir.
Now we'll stop for lunch. Okay.
It's better, sir.
ନା ପ୍ରିନ୍ସିପାଲ ହେଇଛି ସେ କଲେଜରେ ତାକୁ ପ୍ରିନ୍ସିପାଲ କରିଛ ମାନା କହିନି ମତେ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟଲି ସେ ମୁଁ କହିଥିଲି ମାନାକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଇଏ ଦେଇଥାଏ ସାର୍ଟିଫିକେଟ ଦେଇଥାଏ ମୋର ଇଏ ପାଇଁ କହିନି ଆଉ Friends, you are able to see the screen? You are able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. See, this is ninth standard. We have several standards, so we are at this moment discussing about the standard 9. and this is regarding the imaging services. So while it is imaging services, there are several commitments and one achievement and one core components in the standard. So it must comply with the legal and other requirements. It must comply with legal and other requirements. See, whatever the image data will give, this will all be legally binding in the court of law, that will be accepted. So that is very, very important for a health care providing institution in simple sense for all hospitals. So what are the commitment? The imaging service that the hospital provides, it should be commensurate. As you have written, what are the services we have, it should fall on that. Infrastructure, physical equipments, as well as the human resources must be adequate. The human resources must be qualified and trained. And very important is patient safety. The patients are to be transported from one place to the other place for imaging services, even for X-ray. So in such cases, this should be done in a safe and timely manner so that there will be little risk for the patient. Then we have, okay, the imaging is done, X-ray is done, MRI is done. What about its result? The results should also be available within a defined time frame. That means every hospital will tell us MRI means this is within how many hours one will get the report. X-ray means how many hours one will get the report. And critical results should be immediately informed to the treating physician or doctor. Results are reported in a standardized manner. Means we have the standard format, and in the same format it is to be. If you can at least you can see this how it happens. If you go to pathological laboratory, which pathological laboratory is not accredited, so they write the result in one way. Go to the accredited laboratory, pathological laboratory, you find they are reporting in a different way. Same probably the result, and but the way. So that means in a very standardized format, and very often many tells this is the normal result and this is your result, but there is nothing like normal. As I said earlier, there is nothing like normal. These are all the consolidated values, that means average values. So some people will be above the values, some people may have the laboratory investigation report are below the average value, but not necessarily below and average, below average or above is an issue, not necessary. So that should be always correlated with the clinical symptoms. Clinical, when the physician examines the patient, we have two terminology. Probably you are aware of this terminology, two terminology that we use in the patient. One is sign Another is symptom. Sign and symptom. So what are symptoms? What the patient tells. What the patient tells, they are the symptom. Then the physician examines the patients, physically examines the patient and look for the sign. Either it is a sign of anemia, either it is a sign of appendicitis, and all these things the patient may not be able to tell, but so the physician looks for those signs. So the two aspects, one is sign, the other one is symptom. This is standard number 10. There is a quality assurance program in the imaging services. See here, there are many commitments, some are achievements, and some we say if it is available, this is excellent. What are the commitments? The quality assurance program is available. Quality assurance program is implemented in the hospital imaging services. Quality assurance program means when we say the quality assurance, it is not that one site. It also includes the equipment. Equipment is standardized. Earlier I said every equipment used must be calibrated frequently. Must be calibrated frequently so that result it provides is acceptable. If equipment is not calibrated, whatever the results that it provides, the results are not appropriate. That means it misleads both the patient, it misleads the treating doctors. Net quality assurance programs also that we protocol is properly, that means imaging protocol is available, how imaging should be done, how the x-ray should be taken, how the MRI should be taken, either this protocol is followed or not. Then achievement, we have to, a system is in place to ensure that appropriateness of the investigation. So if we are able to tell this, that what investigation we are doing, it is appropriate and procedure with respect to the clinical indication. It is not that whatever the patient comes, do all the tests. Only those tests which are essential, which are useful measures, which will help the physician to decide about the clinical indication of the patient. The program also addresses periodic internal or external peer review. Yes, the person is doing excellent, our person who has given the report, but either he has given the correct report or not, that should be peer reviewed. That should be, yes, X-ray report. We have seen the X-ray report, but whether the X-ray report is properly interpreted, and that is why nowadays, a lot of things are coming in the health technology sector, like artificial intelligence. What now? The radio diagnosis, whatever is done by the specialist, this now in the new system we have the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence, they will see and interpret the X-ray report. And it is coming in a big way. For many, it has already come, but it's coming in a very big way. That artificial intelligence and the future technology, even in our medical science or health science, artificial intelligence is going to play a very big role. The program addresses clinico clinico-radiological meetings. Means whenever we have meeting, usually they say 15 to 15 days or 1 month. Most of the hospitals they have a meeting. In this meeting, it is all discussed whether there is what are the issues they have faced, so that this can be informed to everybody. The program includes calibration and maintenance of the equipments. The program includes correct way of documenting, or even there is an issue, yes, there should be a corrective action, so or how this issue can be prevented in future. Safety programs in imaging services. The radiation safety is very, very important. Why this is very, very important is radiation can affect adversely. That means the pregnant woman should not be taken for radiation. No X-ray should be taken because the fetus who is in the mother womb can get adversely affected by the radiation, by X-ray. And we have seen the Curie who has invented this X-ray died of cancer. Died of cancer because it's so much problematic, but they have done it for the humankind, and we know how useful the X-ray are. The program is aligned with organizational safety program, and this safety program we have to ensure that the proper safety program is adopted and implemented. So when we talk of safety program, the safety program is not only for the patient, we also need to see the safety program for the people who are involved, who are working. So the health workers who is taking X-ray, health worker who is taking MRI, they are all exposed to the safety issues. So they also should be considered. So that is why we have several standards, the commitment, and if you see the last one, imaging signage is prominently displayed. Imaging signage is prominently displayed. So this display is for two regions. So where is this? Okay, this is the place for X-ray. So people only should go there. So that is one way. The other way is to discourage others from coming to. Those who are not taking X-ray should not come to the X-ray unit. So imaging signage is prominently required to be displayed. Patient care. When we talk of patient care is a continuous, and it is not one person's job. Every person involved, directly or indirectly, they are all involved for the patient safety, for the patient care. So, what are the commitments for the hospital? During the care, there is a qualified individual, means who is the doctor involved, responsible for the patient care. Patient care is coordinated in all settings. Information about the patient care and response to the treatment is shared among all the people who are responsible for providing care. So medical care is very good, and but medical care alone is not sufficient, and there will be care from all sectors to get a total quality care. And very important, the core element or objective, the organization implements standardized handover communication during each staffing shift. You know, the hospital works 24 hours, but a human being cannot work 24 hours. There will be shifting of duties. When there is shifting of duties, the proper communication should be given, proper details should be made available. So when we say is communication, communication is not just passing of information. When we say communication, communication means communication is passing on the information true, but the other person should properly understand the meaning of communication and follows. Then only we say the communication is complete. So it is not just a sharing of information. Now let us see. You might have seen in movies, people used to tell over the telephone. Other side also will tell over. Then only they keep the telephone off. Over means, what is the meaning of that over? Over meaning is, yes, the meaning is I have completed my talk. Other person also completed, because if our talk is incomplete, our information communication, information passing is incomplete. So if both sides, the information giver and the information receiver, say over, then only the communication is complete. Patient transfer to the organization, within the organization, from one room to the another room, one bed to the another room, one place to the imaging section, and again bringing back, all should be done in a safe manner. The patients are often transferred to other health facilities. When the patients are transferred to other health facilities, the details of the patient condition or the research summary or should also be known. Means a written guidance should be provided. So what is our achievement in this case? When we say that if we have this standard, we say we have achieved. What is this? Organization ensures predictable service delivery. So ensures predictable service delivery by adhering to defined timelines. So time, correct things to happen. And inform the patient. The patient's or his family or her family should never be put in dark. Every information should be given. And our caregiver, everything should be done. Earlier things were different. Earlier, it is not necessary to tell everything to the patient or to the caregiver. Even that is why the prescription was written in Latin. so that other than the doctor or other health workers, the patient will not know what is written in the prescription. But now the current dictum is, as far as possible, the prescription should be written in the language in which it is known to the patient. And when we call it is excellence, the organization has a mechanism in place to monitor whether adequate clinical intervention is provided whenever there is an alert, whenever there is necessary. Number 13, we have commitment, we have achievement, we have also excellence. So this is regarding the discharge process. The patient discharge process is planned. See here, the patient's discharge process is planned in consultation with the patient or his or her family. That means the patient is informed, patient or the caregiver is informed that in advance that the patient will be discharged at what time. The discharge process is coordinated among various departments and agencies. There may be medical legal cases, there may be people who are just going away without even sometimes any information. All these things also should be taken into consideration. And within the hospital, there are different wings. Okay, imaging is done, laboratory investigation is done. So whether all the reports have come, everything, all these things should be there in the research summary. The written guidance should also be given to the patient. Written guidance, not just the orally, we have to involve. This is how you have to live. This is how you have to take care of yourself. So there is a written guidance of what should be done, what the patient should do after discharge. A discharge summary is given to the all patient. The organization adheres to planned discharge. That means once we plan it, the patient will be discharged. What protocols are to be followed, that is known to everybody. And that is why sometimes when the new doctors or new sister comes freshly employed, they may not know all these things. That is why all these written procedures should be available. The organization conforms to the defined time frame. See, defined time frame. When, how long one will be there in the hospital? When, so okay, after delivery, after 3 days, one will be discharged if no complications. If there is an orthopedic surgery, after how many days, which type of surgery, it depends. So, how many days the patient will be discharged? And there should be a procedure to defining this time frame, because if you see lot of new medical devices are coming, so it is easy sometimes what earlier, see, minimum 21 days or so for an orthopedic operation, but nowadays the patients are not staying this long because we have different type of medical devices as well as the treatment options. The organization has defined how to write the discharge summary. How to write the discharge summary. So there must be a format. The format is available, and the discharge doctor, sister, and others, those who are involved, they are thorough about the discharge. How to write a discharge summary. And the discharge summary must give instruction. Yes, because discharge means the patient will go home. But when they go home, when and what to do and how to get an urgent care if there is an issue. If they find suddenly started bleeding a place, the surgery place, what they should do. All these things should be available. Even in case of death, summary of the case, including the cause of death, should be written in the search summary, even when there is death. So now, looking at the care of the patient, so there are different types of standards for care of the patient. What is this care? Uniform care to the patient is provided. Uniform care to the patient is provided in all settings of the organization. That means there should be written guidance should be available, and it must comply with the it must comply with the current rules and regulations. Care of patient number 2, emergency service are provided. Emergency service, whatever to be given to the patient, and it is provided as given in our written guidance document. Ambulance service is provided to ensure safe patient transportation. To ensure safe patient. So this, you see, the transportation from the patient place to the hospital also it includes. Not only it is the transportation from the hospital to another hospital, hospital to home, it also includes that the patient is transported from the home or the place where incident occurred to the hospital. The organization plans and implements mechanisms for the care of the patient. You know, epidemics, community emergencies, disasters. These are no more uncommon things. Yes, for example, community emergency. Something happened. Something happened. Lot of people are suffering suddenly. So the hospital should have a plan. Suddenly there may be a food poisoning. So many people suffering in the community. There may be epidemics like our HIV. If something happens, how the hospital should take care. And in disasters, especially yes, there is an earthquake, there is flood. In all these, every hospital must have written procedures how to handle the situation. Friends, I remember not the recent incidents of our corona or COVID-19. I'm talking earlier when we had tsunami. You know what happened? I was not in station. I was in Bhopal. Similar one program I was there for a training program, and I find my telephone is not working. When I tried to telephone my family, not reachable. I told my research scholar to go and check what happened. Then I could speak to my family. My daughter was young. She did not put the telephone properly, and that is why the telephone was showing out of order, out of order. But I asked my wife, was there any situation, any issue? She said, no, everything's fine here. But by another 30 minutes, she called me back and told, no, there is something called tsunami, and our hospital is flooded with dead bodies. You know, the hospital was not prepared. So that is how this is called disaster. It's called disaster. So like that, sometimes the hospital should be prepared. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, what we call is normally PCR, and this provision should be available. Nursing care should be based on the clinical protocols. Clinical procedures are performed safely. Transfusion services are provided as required. Friends, earlier we are talking of standard treatment guideline. So in that treatment procedure only, every patient is to be served. Every patient is provided with care. But now we don't call it standard treatment guideline. What we call is standard treatment inflows. Means this way the patient should be treated. The organization should have provision to provide intensive care, and this should be done in a systematic manner. Organization provides safe obstetric care. Organization provides safe pediatric service. There is a procedure for sedation, and this practice should be followed. Anesthesia, surgical service, organ transplantation, and whatever the university does, including nutritional therapy, everything should have standard. And there is one more type of care you might have seen, palliative care. That is the palliative care means the care that comes when individual's life is coming to an end, and there should be appropriate procedure. Another important issues in the hospital is medicine management. Medicine management, management of medication, and there is a standard. There is a standard. What is that standard? We have several standards We have 1, 2, 3, and so. So what is this medication? Not that anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. And sometimes you might have seen it is not necessarily that the pharmacy should be always available. You have probably seen many of the pharmacies outside are without pharmacist. But in hospital, only the pharmacist, qualified and trained pharmacist only should be available for medicine management. So we have various standard. Number one is pharmacy services and usage of medication is done safely. Medicines are two-edged weapon. They do good things when properly used. In other words, we call is when the medicine is used irrationally. When medicine is not properly used, there is possibility the patient may get the adverse effects. The organization develops, operates, and implements hospital formulary. Friends, there are many medications and more than 100,000 medications are available in the market. It is impossible for a clinician to keep track of all the medicines. So that is why it advocates, the policy advocates, there must be a hospital formulary. There must be a hospital which will have the limited, not that 100,000 medicines, but limited number of this, but all medicines. Limited number of medicines, but all medicines should be available. Medication are stored appropriately. Stored appropriately means yes, medicines required to be stored at controlled temperature. No medicine is to be kept beyond 24 degrees Celsius. No medicine. But our temperature is often high. It is not as high as sometimes going 45 degree or you know when you feel so hot, your medicines also feel equally. And the expiry date that is printed on the medicine box, medicine strip, is based on storage at temperature not exceeding 25 degrees Celsius. But when your temperature is 45 degrees Celsius, you can imagine the medicine will not be able to retain its effectiveness. And sometimes we believe this is a fake medicine. Actually, it was a good medicine, but we did not store it. Medication are prescribed safely and rationally. Rational prescription means right patient receives the right medication in the right dose and also in the right price. The prescription should be written in a uniform manner, whether this doctor or that doctor, in a standardized format. The medication order is to be written, prescriptions are to be written. The pharmacy should also use a standard procedure for dispensing. Dispensing means handing over the medicines, giving the medicines. This should be in a uniform way and safe way. Similarly, the sister should look at that administration of medicine should be done in a safe manner without harming the patient and without harming the person who is giving the medication. Patients are monitored. So we have given the injection, we have given the tablets, and our job is over. No, it is important to monitor what happens to the patient, and that is sometimes what we call is pharmaceutical care. So we say different types of care to the patient. Patient care, one is medical care, second is nursing care, and third is pharmaceutical care. Then there are medicines like narcotic drugs. Very often they are misused, abused, and these narcotic drugs or the psychotropic substances are also used for addiction purpose, and they are kept under lock and key. Not that everybody should have access to these materials. Chemotherapeutic agents, radioactive agents should be used or to be kept safely, because radioactive materials, if it is taken, even a small needle is taken, it can damage, harm many people. So radioactive agents are very, very carefully stored and counted, and not necessarily anything is loose. Anything we lose, yes, some radioactive materials is lost, it becomes a big problem, not only to the hospital, to the people nearby. And the hospital has to bear the issues with all authorities, including police. Implantable prosthesis and medical devices are used in accordance with the criteria we have already framed, and medical supplies and consumables are should also be properly stored, and we are able to retrieve them when required. Patient rights and education. The patient rights is to be honored, patient right is to be respected, and accordingly the patients should be educated also, so that two things: no harm to the patient, and patient gets the benefit of the care. Hospital infection control. This is also we have seen earlier. We are not giving much importance. The yesterday also I discussed little about the hospital infection control, and the terminology we are using is infection control, hospital acquired infection, hospital acquired infection, HAI, hospital acquired infection. We also call this as nosocomial infection. That is, the infection should not spread from patient to the health workers, from health worker to the patient, from patient to patient. So infection control mechanism should be in place. Who are the members of the infection control mechanism? The members are not only the doctors, other health workers, nurses, pharmacists, social workers, all are member of the hospital infection control committee. To improve the patient safety, every hospital, whatever the standards we have, standards are always to be improved. And about the patient safety and quality. The first thing, whenever the safety issue comes, if we document it, we understand, yes, these are the issues. If we do not document, we will not know what are the issues, and the issues are to be made known to all the members. And sometimes there are clinical audits. Every hospital does this clinical audit. So there they will investigate the issue, discuss the issue, and how they can prevent such happening to the patient. So hospital management, what is their responsibility? We have seen the responsibility of various employees. Now, what is the management's responsibility? The management responsibility is also defined. Management responsibility is also defined, and this is also part of the standards. What the management does? See, all ethical management should also work ethically, not putting pressure, not putting health workers do certain things which are not ethical. So the responsibility of the management is very high. If we say comparatively, the management attitude decides what should be the quality of the service that an institution provides. Facility management, facility management or safety management. So it should be in such a way that neither it will impact the environment, not only it will impact the environment, yes, we have to work in an environment friendly way. At the same time, we are not supposed to disturb the environment. That is why biomedical waste management is a important concern, and there are rules and regulations how to deal with biomedical waste. Friends, human resource management is one of the very critical areas, because they are only going to perform, whether it is a doctor, whether it is a sweeper. Everybody has to perform, and managing them is the toughest job. That is why any organization, not only in our health system, HR department is very powerful, because managing people is not a today someone is not well in the house, his or her performance in the office is different. He or she is disturbed because somebody is not well in the house, or wife quarrel with husband, husband quarrel with wife. That all reflect. And managing this, if suddenly one falls sick, yes, I'm taking on leave today. So how to manage? This all does the human resource development department. Information management system. So information management is an important, because if information is not available to the patient, information is not available to the visitors, information is not available to the staff, it becomes a big nuisance. So we have, for different purpose, we have the different system, and system should be such that it is user friendly. It is user friendly, and all the information should be easily understandable. So this is all about the NABH accreditation, and it is not that only we have the NABH accreditation. There are other accrediting organization, and maybe tomorrow we'll discuss about what are other accreditation agencies available, like ISO, and all those things probably we'll discuss tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I think I'm coming back on Tuesday. I'm coming back on Tuesday. So now, please tell me if you have any doubt, you have any confusion, or you want to know something beyond what we have discussed. You are welcome. Yes, yes, CI also we'll discuss tomorrow. Sorry, Tuesday. Why we have so many agencies that we'll discuss day after tomorrow, Tuesday. After. Just like we have NABH, we have similarly JCI that we'll discuss. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. We are closing down at this moment. The other resource person will come. Madam has probably already she has come. So thank you for your patience and understanding.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present on epidemiology, aims, principles, descriptive, analytical, experimental epidemiology methods and its uses. I am Dr. Ramanan. So going into the topic, first, epidemiology has been defined as the study of the occurrence and distribution of health-related events, states, and processes in specific populations, including the study of the determinants influencing such processes and the application of this knowledge to control relevant health problems. So, for example, if we take the disease COVID, in the COVID era, we started using news used to represent country-wise distribution of COVID cases, state-wise distribution, district-wise distribution, its mortality rates, common age group being affected, comorbidities of the people affected, signs and symptoms, post-COVID complications, vaccine and its efficacy. So these news used to cover this country-wise distribution, state-wise distribution, district-wise distribution. And if you go in, if you are a healthcare worker working in a research institute, people used to do mortality rates, common age group being affected, etc., all those mentioned above. So basically, epidemiology is quantifying a disease or a health aspect in order to incorporate for the future amendments. Okay. So its aim is to describe the distribution and the magnitude of health and disease problems in human populations, to identify etiological factors in the pathogenesis of disease, to provide the data essential to the planning, implementation and evaluation of services for the prevention, control and treatment of diseases, and to the setting up of priorities among those services. Basic measurements in epidemiology include measurement of mortality, morbidity, disability, natality, presence, absence or distribution of characteristic or attributes of the disease, medical needs, healthcare facilities, utilization of health services and other health-related events. Presence, absence or distribution of environmental and other factors suspected of causing the disease. Measurement of demographic variables. Tools of measurement. The basic tools of measurement in epidemiology include rates, ratios, and proportions. All these basic measurements will be measured as a rate, ratio, or proportion. Okay. Next, classification. Grossly classifying the epidemiological methods into observational studies and experimental studies. In observational studies, we will have descriptive studies and analytical studies. In experimental studies, we will have randomized studies, which are actually clinical trials, then field trials and community trials. So going to overlook of all these studies in a tabular form for easy grasping. So ecological study is also known as correlational study. Here the unit of population, the unit of study is population. So to give an easy example for this ecological study, if you study a disease in Japan and India. Japanese as a population, Indians as a population, you are comparing the age, male-female ratio, most common symptoms of the disease involved, prognosis of the disease, mortality rate of the disease. So here, the entire population of a Japan and the entire population of an India is represented. And these two populations are being compared. Okay, so this is an example of ecological study. Cross-sectional study is also known as prevalence study. Here, the unit of study is individuals. So to give example for cross-sectional study, it is very simple. Okay, suppose you are doing refractive error, presence of refractive error in school-going children. Okay, you are studying a school A. In that school A, you have a class 5. And if you study only the 5th standard class or 6th standard class and representing its result to the entire school is an example of cross-sectional study. Or representing the entire school, studying the entire school and representing to a district will be an example of cross-sectional study. Okay. It means a pi segment of an entire circle. Okay. We are studying only the pi segment of an entire circle. Okay. Then case control study, cohort study. Here also the unit of study is individuals. Case control study is also known as case reference study and cohort study is also known as a follow-up study. Experimental study, randomized control trial is also known as clinical trial. Here the unit of study will be patients. Field trials, here the unit of study will be healthy people. Community trials, here the unit of study will be communities. So descriptive epidemiology. Descriptive studies are usually the first phase of an epidemiological investigation. These studies are concerned with observing the distribution of disease or health-related events in human population and identifying the characteristics with which the disease seems to be associated. Okay. So, in descriptive epidemiology, always we have to ask 3 questions: time, place, and person. Okay. So, basically, you are going to approach in these 3 manners. When is the disease occurring, which will give you time distribution. Where it is occurring will help you in place distribution. Who is getting the disease will tell you the person distribution. So example, we'll take road traffic accidents and influenza. When is the disease occurring? So when is RTA occurring? Put that question. So predominantly in a week, Saturday and Sundays are the most common days where RTA is going to happen because people are going to mobilize, they are going to enjoy, they will be driving with alcohol influence. So if you see the Monday to Sunday to Saturday cases of RTA, there is a great increase in weekends. So RTA is more common in weekends, that is Saturday and Sunday. This is time distribution. Next, where it is occurring, place distribution. Where RTA will occur? Usually a place with difficult roads, okay, a place with crowded population, a place with poor traffic control. These and to explain further, urban, rural, like this also you can tell. Rural population will have less RTAs. Urban population is going to have more RTAs. You can also tell Pondicherry, Chennai, like that also you can compare. It is how we take the factors. Okay. Next, who is getting the disease? Person distribution. You can tell male, female, females getting more RTA or males getting more RTA, and you can propose a reason behind it. Or age group between 10 to 20 or less prone to RTA because they are not allowed to drive vehicles. Okay. 20 to 30, next 50 to 60. 50 to 60 is more common to involve in RTA because elderly people will have imbalance issues, so will have more RTA. We can also explain the same scenario with another disease like influenza. Okay. Procedures in descriptive study: defining the populations to be studied, defining the disease under study, describing the disease by time, place, person as mentioned above, measurement of disease, comparing with known indices, formulation of an etiological hypothesis. So defining the population. So before entering the study, you have to define the population. Like I am going to study this set of people, like that. Okay. So it can be a whole population in geographic area or a representative sample taken from it. I told no, you can study the entire school or a class of an entire school and put forward the results to the entire school, like that. Okay. So defining the disease under study. Suppose you are studying refractive error, or say you are studying hypertension. Okay. There are different guidelines for hypertension. European guidelines will tell the hypertension is defined as a blood pressure more than 135/90. American guideline and Indian guideline will tell blood pressure more than 140/90. Again, there are JMC guidelines 8, 9, it will keep on improvising. So at different point of time, hypertension has different range. Sometimes it is 135/90 called as hypertension, sometimes it is 140/90. So what definition of hypertension you are going to take, that has to be clearly defined. And based on that definition only, your cases are going to be decided. Okay. So disease has to be defined. Next, time distribution. The pattern of disease may be described by the time of its occurrence, season in occurrence, or any consistent time trend. Epidemiologists have identified three kinds of time trends or fluctuations in disease occurrence, like short-term fluctuations, periodic fluctuations, long-term fluctuations, or secular trends. Short-term fluctuation. The best known short-term fluctuation is occurrence of a disease is an epidemic. Okay. Epidemicity is thus relative to usual frequency of the disease in the same area among the specific population at the same season of the year. Simple example, take influenza. Usually happens in the winter seasons of an year. This is short-term fluctuation. Once the winter goes, influenza fades away. Okay. Next, periodic fluctuation. Next, seasonal trend. Again, an example of influenza can also be put to seasonal trend. There can be another example, like if you take sunstroke, it is common in summer seasons. Okay, snake bite. Again, it is common in rainy seasons. Okay. Vector-borne diseases like malaria, dengue, again common in rainy seasons, where you are going to have stagnant water, rapid multiplication of mosquito, which is vector of the disease, and the mosquito bite resulting in malaria or dengue or etc. whatever. Okay. Next, cyclic trend. Some disease occur in cycles spread over short periods of time, which may be days, weeks, months, or years. Here again, we can take an example of RTA. From Monday to Friday, no RTA. Saturday, Sunday, you are getting more RTA. So this cycle is getting repeated every week. Okay. So this is cyclic trend. Long-term fluctuation. The term secular trend implies changes in occurrence of disease over a long period of time. Examples. Okay. Just assume in the 18th century where infective diseases had great uptrend and hypertension, diabetes, cancers were in the lower side. Okay. Now you see with an advent of good treatment, infectious disease trend is coming down and non-infectious disease like hypertension, diabetes, cancers are in slow uptrend over past 50 years. Okay, this can be because of increase in smoking, alcohol, salt intake, climatic changing factors, etc. factors. Okay. Next, place distribution. Study of geography of disease is one of the important dimensions of descriptive epidemiology. The relative importance of genes versus environment changes with migration and the possible roles of diet and other etiological factors. If you see stroke, stroke is of two types basically, ischemic stroke and hemorrhagic stroke. Ischemic stroke means blood is clotted in the brain. Hemorrhagic stroke means blood is leaking in the brain. If you see The trend in entire world. Ischemic stroke, which means blood clot type of stroke, is more prevalent than blood leak type of stroke. But if you see China and within India, if you see people over northeast regions, this blood leak type of stroke, which is hemorrhagic stroke, is more common. So this place distribution can be international variations, as I told, the entire world and China comparison, national variations like northeast population and the rest of India population. Again, I can quote some other examples for rural urban variations and local distributions. For rural urban variations, we can tell again an example of RTA. Okay, again an example of tuberculosis. Because in rural population where people live in spaces where population is less limited, you are going to have less number of tuberculosis cases. In urban population where it is overcrowded, you are going to have more number of tuberculosis cases. Okay, and like local distributions, any like local distribution in a town, you are having RTAs near wine shops, not near temples, like not near schools, because near schools you are going to have school zone because it is an accident-free zone, so you have to ride slow, speed limits. Alcohol near wine shop, people are not with their sound mind, they drive rash, they are having lot of chaos there. You will have RTS near that area. So local distribution, rural urban distribution, national variations and international variations. In this place distribution can be classified. Okay. Next, person distribution. In descriptive epidemic diseases, the disease is further characterized by defining the persons who develop the disease by age, sex, occupation, marital status, habits, social class, and other etc. host factors like age. As I said before, hypertension is not common in younger population; it is common in elder population. Sex. If you see alcohol-related liver disease is more common in male, less common in female, because alcohol consumption ratio is less common in female in countries like India or at least even in Tamil Nadu. Okay. So next, occupation. People who are actually chronically working with hand, like a mechanic. Okay. People will have problems with nerves of the upper hands. Okay. So there is an occupational hazard. If many people are working in cotton industries, they are going to have lung-related diseases. Next, marital status, and this how can it help? So marital status, after marriage, people are going to engage in relationship, sexual diseases, and marital status, people can have the chaos, psychiatric diseases like depression. These things are common in marital status rather than in premarital status. Next, habits. A smoker, lung cancer, an alcoholic, liver disease, non-alcoholic, less liver disease, non-smoker, less lung disease. Like this, habit is also having a role. Next, social class. Poor socio-economic class, higher socio-economic class, both are getting affected with dengue, but mortality is more in poor socio-economic class. Mortality is less in higher socio-economic class. Okay. Next, measurement of diseases. It is important to know the amount of disease load in the population. This is available in terms of mortality, morbidity, disability, and so on. Okay. So you are studying a disease, say dengue. Like in Pondicherry, there are 500 people affected from dengue in last week. Out of that, 200 were female, 300 were male. Out of 200 male, 50 expired. Out of 300 female, 70 expired. Okay. Like this, you are telling a mortality rate. Okay, morbidity. Again, morbidity is actually suffering from a disease. Okay. We can tell with a different example. Simple. Patient is having a stroke. Okay. Because of stroke, he is unable to use his right hand and left hand. Other 10 people are having stroke, which is very minor. After with treatment over 1 to 2 weeks, their hand and leg power improved. So out of 20 people, 10 people with minor stroke did not have much morbidity. 10% with major stroke had significant morbidity. Like this, you can tell in morbidity also. Next, disability, again, same example you can quote on. Okay. Next, comparing with known indices. The essence of epidemiology is to make comparisons and ask questions. Okay. Now, same scenario. You are taking Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. Okay, it is a uncomparable. Okay, we will take Pondicherry and Villupuram. Okay, Pondicherry last week dengue population is 500. Villupuram last week dengue population is 1000. Mortality rate is 20% in Pondicherry, 30% in Villupuram. Okay, now the statistician comes. Why people of Pondicherry is affected less in number than Villupuram population? Then why mortality of dengue in Pondicherry is less compared to mortality of dengue in Villupuram? And he used to find reasons. Okay, hospital facility is less in Villupuram compared to Pondicherry. Okay, that could be the reason for less mortality in Pondicherry and more mortality in Villupuram. Okay, so like this we can propose hypothesis. For that we need comparison. So from while comparing, we will take information from both areas and we can propose a hypothesis. Okay. Next, formulation of a hypothesis, as I said. So after comparison, you can bring out hypothesis. Okay, the lack of healthcare facility is responsible for increased mortality rate of dengue in district Villupuram compared to Pondicherry. You have brought a hypothesis. Now with this hypothesis, you are going to the government. See, this is the trend in Villupuram, this is the trend in Pondicherry, this is the mortality trend in Villupuram, this is the mortality trend in Pondicherry. This is because of probably lack of healthcare system in Villupuram. So, by improving the healthcare system, mortality rate can be brought down. So, it is helping to find the solution also. Okay. So this hypothesis can be accepted or rejected also using the techniques of analytical epidemiology. And epidemiological hypothesis should specify the following: the population, the specific cause being considered, expected outcome, the dose response relationship, the time response relationship. Uses of descriptive epidemiology. Provide data regarding the magnitude of the disease load and type of disease problems in the community in terms of morbidity and mortality rates and ratios. Provide clues to disease etiology and help in the formulation of an etiological hypothesis. Provide background data for planning, organizing, and evaluating preventive and curative services. They contribute to research by describing variation in disease occurrence by time, place, and person. I think all these lines has been explained in the previous slides very nicely. Okay. Next, coming to analytical epidemiology, it is the second major type of epidemiological studies. In this study, the subject of interest is individual within the population. Analytical study comprises two distinct types of observational studies: case control study and cohort study. From each of these study designs, one can determine whether or not a statistical association exists between a disease and a suspected factor. If one exists, the strength of association. Simple. I am taking a disease as lung cancer and suspected factor is smoking. Okay, so I am going to study this actually a known thing. Okay, so we can take simple pollution, lung cancer. This pollution is responsible for lung cancer. I am going to study. At the end of result, yes, pollution is responsible for lung cancer. Okay, how significantly? Only in 10%, only in 20%. Like that you are telling, no, that is the strength of association. Okay, this both, whether this factor is associated with the disease or not, can be identified. Then, if associated, what is the strength of association? How frequent is it associated? Both these can be derived from these two studies. Okay. Coming to case control study, a case control study involves two populations, cases and controls. In case control studies, the unit is the individual rather than the group. As mentioned before, it is the unit of study is individual. Okay. The focus is on a disease or some other health problem that has already developed. So, in case control study, the disease is already occurred. Lung cancer has already occurred. Now, I will go to that lung cancer patient and ask, did you smoke? Like this, I will go to 50 lung cancer patient. I will ask all that 50 lung cancer patients, did you smoke? Did you smoke? Did you smoke? Did you smoke? Like that. Out of the 20, 30 will tell, yes, I smoked. Or 40 will tell, yes, I smoked. 10 will tell, I didn't smoke. So, based on this, majority of lung cancer patients had a smoking as a risk factor and smoking as habit. This habit can be a risk factor considering this ratio. Like this, you are going to tell. So it is a retrospective study. Since disease has happened and you are going to inquire, it is a retrospective study. Okay. It is particularly efficient for rare diseases and for diseases with long incubation periods. The case control method has three distinct features. Both exposure and outcome have occurred before the start of the study. The study proceeds backwards from effect to cause. It uses a control or comparison group to support or refute an influence. So design. So Pondicherry is a population where lung cancer, people with lung cancer and people without lung cancer. The people with lung cancer are cases, people without lung cancer are controls. Now, I will ask both smoking present or not, smoking present or not, smoking present or not, smoking present or not. Okay. Say 100 number of population, I have taken 50 with lung cancer, 50 without lung cancer. 40 told, in cases 40 told smoking is present, 10 told smoking is absent. Here 20, 30. Okay. Steps in conducting a case control study. Selection of cases and controls, matching, measurement of exposure, analysis and interpretation. We'll see one by one. Okay. So how we are going to select cases? Sources of cases can be hospital based or population based. Sources of controls can be general population, hospital, relative of the cases, associates of the cases. So matching, you are going to match age match, sex match, ethnic match, place or residence match. Okay. It can be an individual matching or even group matching also. Suppose if I take a 50-year-old male with lung cancer, I should select a control of 50-year male without lung cancer. Okay, this is I'm trying to tell what is matching. Next patient, 45-year female with lung cancer. Now I will select 44-year female without lung cancer. So that is age and sex matched. Okay. Bias and case control study. A bias is a systemic error in the design, conduct, or analysis of the study that results in erroneous conclusion. There are three broad categories of biases: selection bias, information bias, confounding bias. Selection bias happens at the time of selecting the case and controls. Information bias, it is happening after selecting the case and controls while retrieving data from the cases and control. Confounding bias, I will come later. Okay. So type of information bias, recall bias, interviewer bias, misclassification bias, which is non-differential and differential bias. So recall bias means you are asking no, whether you smoke or not. Smoking is very easy, but if it is an event which is happening very rarely in your lifetime and you are targeting that event, people might miss out, people might forget. Okay, so there is a recall bias. Like if same thing is smoking, you are asking how many cigarettes you smoke. People will tell lie also. I will smoke only 5 cigarettes per day, but they may be smoking 20 cigarettes per day. Okay, so there can be a recall bias. Next, interviewer bias. Sometimes the question put by the interviewer is not connected or understood by the case or control, and they may give an irrelevant answer or a wrong answer. Okay. Next, misclassification bias, which is non-differential and different. Measurement of exposure. The final step is analysis to find out exposure rates among cases and controls, estimation of disease risk associated with exposure, which is odds ratio. So, with the same example, we have selected 35 cases of lung cancer patient and 82 patients without lung cancer. Out of 35 people with lung cancer, 33 had smoked. Out of 82 controls, 55 smoked. And 2 and 27 were non-smokers in both groups respectively. Okay. So what is the exposure rate in cases? So cases means what? A plus C, which is 35. Among cases, exposure rate is for exposed. So 33 divided by 35, which is 94.2%. So exposure rate of smoking among cases is 94%. Now in controls, how many are the controls? Total 82. How many exposed in control group? 55. So 55 by 82 will be 67. So exposure rate of smoking in control group is 67%. This is how we have to calculate exposure rate. Okay. P-value. When P-value is less than or equal to 0.05 means it is regarded as statistically significant. The smaller the P-value, the greater the statistical significance. Next, estimation of risk. Estimation of disease risk associated with exposure is obtained by an index known as relative risk, which is defined as ratio between the incidence of disease among exposed person and incidence of disease among non-exposed person. Next, odds ratio, which is also known as cross product ratio. Odds ratio, which is a measure of strength of association between risk factor and outcome. So, as depicted in the example, it is cross product ratio. So, you have to cross A and B with B and C. Okay. So, ultimately it is coming 8.1. Okay. So, it means the association is very strong. Okay. Odds ratio more than 1, strong association. Less than 1, weak association. Okay. The same thing has been explained. Now, advantages of case control study. It is quicker, cheaper, and require less time and effort than cohort studies. Case control studies can study rare diseases also. Case control studies can study multiple risk factors or exposures at the same time. You can put question of smoking, pollution, cotton exposure, dust exposure, like that, etc. Risk factors you can ask at the same time. Okay. So multiple risk factors can be studied in the same time. They are useful for studying outcomes that take a long time to develop. Example, cancer. No risk to subjects. It is just only questionnaire. There is no risk involved. No attrition problem. Attrition means leaving out of the study. Despite putting questions why they are going to leave study. Okay. Ethical problems are also minimal. Disadvantages. Case control studies are prone to selection and recall bias as told before. They are inefficient for examining rare exposures. Okay. Because rare exposures would have been occurred rarely, and recalling the rare exposure will also be tough. So recall bias is also more. It may be difficult to establish temporality. It can be difficult to choose an appropriate control group. Unlike cohort studies, case control studies cannot calculate incidence rates, relative risk, or attributable risk. Instead, odds ratio are the measure of association used. Next, moving to cohort study. Cohort study is another type of analytical study which is used to obtain an additional evidence to support the existence of an association between suspected cause and disease. Cohort study is also known by variety of names: prospective study, longitudinal study, incidental study, forward-looking study. But we also have a retrospective cohort or mixed cohort. Okay. The distinguishing features of cohort studies are cohorts are identified prior to the appearance of disease under investigation. The study group so defined are observed over a period of time to determine the frequency of disease among them. The study proceeds forward from the case to cause to effect. It is ulta to case control study, where first population is selected, then they are followed over a period of time and check whether disease is happening or not. Example, we are have people in mines are selected, okay, and they are having another group. Both set of population, people not working in mines and mines, both are selected. Both are followed for development of cancer after 10 years. Okay. People in mines are developing more cancer compared to people not working in mines, like this. So we are just following up. Okay. So as mentioned before, retrospective cohort, prospective cohort, combination of retrospective and prospective cohort studies, which is mixed cohort. Okay. Indication for cohort study. When there is good evidence of an association between exposure and disease. So people working mines are supposed to develop more chance of cancers. So this association is well established. So in such cases, cohort can be easily carried out. That is what they are telling. When exposure is rare, but incidence of disease is high among exposure. Special exposure groups like those in industries, exposure to X-rays, etc. When attrition of study population can be minimized. Example, follow PC, cohort is stable, cooperative and easily accessible. When ample funds are available. Okay. General consideration, the cohort must be free from the disease under study. Thus, if disease under study is coronary heart disease, the cohort member are first examined, and those who already have evidence of disease under investigation are excluded. Both the groups should be equally susceptible to disease under study. For example, males over 35 years will be appropriate for studies on lung cancer. Both the groups should be comparable in respect of all the possible variables which may influence the frequency of disease. The diagnostic and eligibility criteria of the disease must be defined, like always, beforehand. This will depend upon the availability of reliable methods for recognizing the disease when it develops. Elements of cohort study. Selection of subject studies. Subjects are either from general population or select groups of the population that can be readily studied. Persons with different degrees of exposure to the suspected causal factor. Obtaining data on exposure. Information about exposure may be obtained directly from the cohort members, review of records in case of retrospective cohort, medical examination of special tests, environmental surveys. There are many ways of assembling comparison groups: internal comparison, external comparison, comparison with general population groups. So how internal comparison? So people working in mines, there will be a lot of people working in mines, out of which only 50% will go into the mine and other 15 are not entering into the mine but are related to mine industries. They may be in office, clerical work. Okay. So people working in field, mine field, and people working in clerical area, both are taken. So this is internal comparison. Or people working in mine for 10 years, people working in mine for 2 years. Like that also you can do internal comparison. That is actually based on the study design. Require what you are required. Okay. External comparison. Mining industry and tea industry. Mining industry and general population. This is comparison with general population. Okay. Follow. One of the problem in cohort study is the regular follow-up of all the participants. Okay. Whether cases and cohorts. Cancer is a disease not going to affect as soon as you are exposed to. It is slowly built. It is a slow disease, which is going to occur over a period of 10 to 20 years. So you have to monitor for 10 to 20 years to say that these people have higher incidence of cancers. Okay. So it is a problem because it is a lengthy process. And over this period, the people involved in the study can die or drop their jobs, search other jobs, search other jobs like this. So that is attrition problem will also be there. Procedures required during follow-up, periodic medical education of each member of the cohort, reviewing physician and hospital records, routine surveillance of death records, mailed questionnaires, telephone calls, periodic home visits, preferably all three on an annual basis. Next, analysis. Once data is recorded, we have to analyze. The data are analyzed in terms of incident rates of outcome among exposed and non-exposed. Next, estimation of risk. So in a cohort study, we can determine incident rates directly in those exposed and those not exposed. So cigarette smoking, people yes, and cigarette smoking people no. And people developed lung cancer and people did not develop lung cancer. So incident rate of lung cancer among smokers. So smokers are 7,000. Incidence of lung cancer among that 7,000 is 70. So 70 by 7,000 is 10 per thousand. So incidence is 10 per thousand. Next, incidence rate of lung cancer among non-smoker. Lung cancer among non-smoker. Non-smokers are 3,000 in number. Incidence of lung cancer is only 3. 3 by 3,000 is 1 per thousand. Okay. So classically we can tell that out of 1,000, 10 people are getting cancer if they smoke. Out of 1,000, still 1% is getting cancer even he doesn't smoke. Okay. Like this, we have to come to a conclusion. Next, estimation of risk. Relative risk and attributable risk. Relative risk is the ratio of incidence of disease among exposed and incidence among non-exposed. Simple, as simple. It is a direct measure of strength of association between suspected cause and effect. A relative risk of 1 indicates no association. A relative risk greater than 1 suggests positive association. Relative risk of 2 indicates 2 times higher in the exposed group as compared to the unexposed. Attributable risk, which is population attributable risk, is difference in incidence rates of disease between the exposed group and non-exposed group. Some authors use risk difference to attributable risk. Attributable risk is often expressed as a percent. This is the formula: incidence of disease rate among exposed minus incidence of disease rate among non-exposed divided by incidence rate among exposed into 100. So it is the incidence of disease in total population minus incidence of disease among those who were not exposed to the suspected causal factor. The concept of population attributable risk is useful, by which the disease could be reduced in that population if the suspected factor was eliminated or modified. Next, advantages of cohort studies. Incidence can be calculated as seen before. Several possible outcomes related to exposure can be studied simultaneously. That is, we can study the association of suspected factor with many other diseases in addition to one another study. Like, smoking is a risk factor. After 10 years, we can study so many diseases. Ulcer, lung cancer, memory loss, heart attack, stroke. In all these diseases can be studied in the same group. Okay, so multiple diseases can be studied at the same time. That is another advantage. Cohort studies provide a direct estimate of the relative risk. Those response ratios can also be calculated. Like 10 cigarettes, if you smoke, chances of getting cancer is this much. 20 cigarettes if you smoke per day, chances of getting cancer is this much. Like this also you can derive those response ratios. Since comparison groups are formed before disease develops, certain form of bias can be minimized, like misclassification of individuals into exposed and unexposed groups. Okay, so before telling bias, at the time of bias, I willingly missed to explain this because I wanted to explain it here. Okay, See, since comparison group are formed before disease develops, both comparison group like smoker group and non-smoker group, both are not having disease, right, at the time of selection. So there is no problem of misclassification of individuals. Okay. Disadvantages of cohort studies involves a large number of people. It takes a long time to complete the study and obtain results. Administrative problems such as loss of experienced staff, loss of funding, and extensive record keeping are inevitable. Okay. Over 10 years, even a study person who studies will get bored and his assistants can leave and the study may get affected. Similarly, if it is for the logistic side, think of the case and control side, they may also leave in between. Okay, loss of substantial proportion of the original cohort itself. They may migrate or lose interest in the study or simply refuse to provide any required information. Next, selection of comparison group which are representative of the exposed and unexposed segments of population is a limiting factor. There may be changes in the standard methods or diagnostic criteria of disease over prolonged follow-up. See, I told hypertension with every year, hypertension diagnosis is getting changed. Okay, while starting the study, that you may have a diagnostic criteria having 130 per 90 as hypertension. After 10 years, diagnosis changed 140 to 90. Now, more of hypertensive individuals will become non-hypertensive individuals. Like this, problem is also there. Changes in diagnostic criteria over long period of time. Cohort studies are expensive because you have to monitor for a patient for 10 years. Obviously, the money spent is will be more. The study itself may alter people's behavior. If we are examining role of smoking in lung cancer, and increased concern in the study cohort may be created. This may induce the study subject to stop or decrease smoking. Obvious, no. See, you are seeing whether the smokers are developing lung cancer. People may think, oh, okay, the investigators are keen in observing that smoking is whether causing cancer or not. Of course, if it causes cancer, then what will I do? So better I won't. No. So this is the tendency in a cohort to change the exposure rates. Okay. Difference between case control and cohort study. This will be the last slide, and with this we will be concluding. Okay. So case control study and cohort study. Case control study proceeds from effect to cause. It is a retrospective study. Proceeds from cause to effect. It is a prospective study. Starts with the disease, starts with the exposure. Okay. Test whether the suspected cause occurs more frequently in those with the disease than among those without the disease. Test whether a disease occurs more frequently in those exposed than in those not similarly exposed. Usually the first approach to the testing or a hypothesis, but also useful for exploratory studies, reserved for testing of precisely formulated hypotheses. Involves fewer number of subjects, involve large number of subjects. Yields relatively quick results, long time follow-up is needed and involved, and so their results are delayed. Suitable for the study of rare diseases, suitable for the study of rare exposures. Generally yields only estimate of risk ratio, yields incident rates, relative risk ratio as well as attributable risk ratio. This cannot yield information about disease other than that selected for study. It can yield information about more than one disease outcome at a time. Okay. All the differences have been well explained before. Okay. So probably with this class you are able to understand what a simple epidemiology is, and mainly about descriptive epidemiology, case control study and cohort study. In subsequent classes we will see other methods of epidemiology. Okay. Thank you. Any doubts? if no doubts, thank you for your patient listening. Hope my class has put some knowledge in the topic. Thank you.